And we are live. NashvilleLou live back on the air. Twitchy Tides Freeform. December 15th, 2024. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. When we get to 10 players, we'll have the minimum needed to get this first game of the broadcast started. So welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Is it Canvas's birthday? Well, if so, then happy birthday, Canvas. I'm going to type !play in chat. That's going to get me in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I'll confirm it's really me, yes. It's Lou Pickney with you here in the flesh, live and worldwide. So you need a minimum of 10 players in Twitchy Tides to have a game that counts for that monthly leaderboard. Had a lot of fun playing some of those auto run games. There's a lot of creativity on display with those. But if you want leaderboard points, you have to play regular games. You have to finish in the top 10 on these to earn that. So we're one away from having enough to get this first game of the broadcast started. And the way it works here with Twitchy Tides Freeform, as the title suggests, rather open-ended way to test out some things with Twitchy Tides, a way to play and just have fun with this game. Still waiting on Twitch to give me Twitchy Tides as a category option. But that's outside of my control. Had a lot of fun this past Friday. Had that Warsaken Blitz broadcast. Had a lot of Twitchy Tides with that as well. Playing against Cartman Bra. So I'll be playing on Cartman's stream this Friday. It's like a home and home series. Like something out of college sports. You play my place this week, I'll play yours next. That sort of thought. Commentary classes. You know what's funny? I came somewhat close to having a professor gig. I know that's really more Welsh his venue as far as the teaching gimmick goes. It's a university in the area with a well-known mass communications program. But really, if they're going to bring somebody like me in, it's not to teach intro to journalism or intro to broadcasting. I'm the specialist you bring in for people that want to be news producers, because I've worked in that business for years. People that want to be sports broadcasters. People that want to work as a reporter, as an anchor, whatever. But general classes weren't really going to be where I was going to be a good fit, and that's where they needed me for a full-time gig. I'm like, whoa, we're at this hour? At this point? With all the energy of, oh, this is like a used lawnmower that I asked if they wanted $50 less than they were offering an hour before. You show back up, oh, you still want this thing? Whoa. Man, so anyway, it probably would have been a good fit anyway. But it wasn't going to be for my specialty. So that's a long way of saying never say never. We got 12 people in, so we'll get this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast started here in just a moment. Let's take this overlay down. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. So for today, winners, we'll just go through this list here. We got 12 in here. For the winner, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points, that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. For the winner, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Also, about Warsaken, that Warsaken Blitz broadcast we had last Friday. Winner also will get a Warsaken foil prime card. Plus an entry into the drawing we're going to have Tides Tuesday. Coming up this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern is when my leg of it starts. 0300 UTC. We're having a Faded Monsuda pack giveaway. Many thanks to Sensei Bullrog for providing packs for me to give away. Had some fun with that. A lot of fun this past Tuesday. Back again to open the show with that Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. We got 13 people in. Let's get this lineup going here and get this first game started. So we've got Anmada, Cartman Bra. Talking about Cartman before there. We play on Friday. Had a lot of fun this past Friday playing against Cartman. Also Flower, Viper Czar, Rising Dragons, Random King, Tree Frog Nada, Liquid Chill, Terran Lore, Jeff 0079, Parrot, me, NashvilleLou, Nadu6 is in, along with Cheshireski Scott. So we got 14 players in. Hello, Parrots. Hello, everybody. Greetings and welcome, y'all. Jeff 0079 and Lou. Yo. It's tough for me to keep up with chat, especially with the commands you need for Twitchy Tides. Now, it's not a complaint about Twitchy Tides. I love this game. But it makes it more challenging. But hello and greetings and welcome, everybody. If I ever miss somebody in chat, it's not an intentional slide. Slayer, hello, you're in as well. That gets us to 15. So for top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Winner gets the Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus entry into that drawing for those faded Monsuda packs this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. And this first Twitchy Tides game with the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Right away, Pink Felicia. Got most of the enemies capped at 2 kills per passing, or pass through, or crossing, or whatever you want to call it. The cannonball's 3, and sometimes that depth charge has a might of its own. Speaking of which, Slayer taken out, along with Unmada. You get that chain reaction effect sometimes with those. So we're down to 11. It's Debo the Shark. Frozen in place, temporarily harmless, but that's not going to last. Debo's going to wake back up and do some jumping here, I'm afraid. Although it ended up not syncing up with anybody, so no harm, no foul. We're down to 10. Parrot is out, so remaining 10, you've got leaderboard points. So he's at 9 lives command. The nice surprise when actually almost like cheer for my fish to get taken out by an enemy because that Rainbow Soul, the catfish, will just pop back up, but only during that limited window. Cannonball takes out Cartman Bra, Tree Frog Nada. Jeff 0079 and Terran Lore out as well. We're down to 6. And it's Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia. Gonna take out Random King. Gonna take out My Soul the Catfish. We're down to 4. Cheshireski. Liquid Chill. Viper Czar. Nadu6, the final 4. Cannonball, it's gonna nick Nadu6 on the way out. Take us down to 3. Viper Czar, Liquid Chill, Cheshireski Scott, the final 3. And it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Debo. Gonna miss everybody. Cheshire with a nice bounce right there to avoid those very sharp teeth of Debo the Shark. Debo, this time going left to right, upper part of the screen. And again, Cheshireski narrowly gets away from the teeth of Debo. The saga continues. The final 3 in this battle. First game of the broadcast. Depth charge, that takes out Cheshireski. And we're down to 2. Liquid Chill. Viper Czar, the final 2. Game 1 of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. And it's Debo. Debo all over the product. Getting all over trying to chomp away at everybody. And Liquid Chill get underneath those teeth. Indeed. And Viper Czar with a sharp enough angle wasn't going to cut back down. So Debo again leaves the screen. The battle continues. The final 2. Viper Czar, Liquid Chill. Now it's Big Worm with a hook. A freeze by Liquid Chill. Viper Czar off that bounce. Can Viper get high enough? Doesn't look like it. That's going to be the hook, and that's going to be the game. Liquid Chill, congratulations. You win the first game of the broadcast here today on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides Freeform. Congrats to Liquid Chill. Keep in mind that prizes will be sent out. Whoa, I clicked the wrong button here. Prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, and those will come from my fulfillments wallets on Wax. So again, those top 10 finishers, you're getting points for that monthly leaderboard competition. So Jeff and on up. The better the finish, the more points you get. All the way up to Liquid Chill with a victory. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. exclamation mark play gets you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. It's fulfillments with an S. Well, I have to say it that way because it's not usual. Usually, if you're going to have that word fulfillment, it's a singular. The fulfillment of a great life. The fulfillment of a job well done. But if you're talking about fulfillments, as in plural, as in you're fulfilling orders, in that case, you do have it as a plural. So it's not a very common plural, but it is. It's 12 letters, which was as much of a motivation as anything. Now, you can get shorter names, and you got to pay for that. Whereas it's just the cost of setting up an Anchor wallet. I suppose you can get them now with a custom 12-letter names as well with the Wombat wallets, but I don't have much experience with that, so I can't speak to that part of it. Anyway, fulfillments works for what I've wanted, what I've needed. So I send out the bulk of the prizes that are won here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got open for a minute. Start this broadcast with no notice in the middle of the night U.S. time. Although I guess it is almost 7 a.m. Eastern now. Time is a way of getting away from you. And then again, time is a way of being somewhat irrelevant as far as your audience goes. You got people around the world listening that may or may not care what time it is in your local time zone. We've got 11 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. The first one, a lot of fun here. So we'll go with this here probably for several hours this morning. Winners today, remember you're getting entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. A day-long event with Twitchy Tides and Tides Tuesday. And many thanks to Las Vegas Ape, who organizes that and does a fantastic job with it. Trying to balance scheduling, conflicts, legitimate problems that come up that people have to deal with. Scheduling can be a tough thing. But he does a great job with it. I'm thrilled to be part of it. And so we'll have that coming up again Tuesday. So my leg of it starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. I plan again for next week, too, because my family's local here as far as for Christmas. So I can do a Christmas Eve stream here on Tuesday the 24th, and it's not going to be any sweat. It's not like it's sad times or whatever. Just Christmas stuff going on probably the next day. I don't know. I'm not the one that organizes that stuff in my family. They just tell me the time and the place. It's okay. I'll show up. Fine. All right. But seriously, can I talk to somebody at Twitch about this whole category thing and not being able to choose Twitchy Tides as a category? I know how it works. I understand with the IGDB, not the IMDB, like for movies, but it's the IGDB that handles a lot of that. We'll get it one day. And a lot of times it's not a problem if I'm mixing Twitchy Tides with a different game. Like if I was playing AW Fight Forever right now, that could be the title. And so there will be a choice at some point when I have between this and when we get some more new stuff in for Meta Battler. I want to stream some more of that, but right now there's not that much as far as for the tower. Here's the Lud Momoko tower. There's one of those, but that's it for now. But I'm sure they're going to have more stuff coming. So I haven't looked at their Telegram because I have to open Telegram to look at that stuff. Oh, I think Discord is a disservice to Web3 in many ways as far as there's a reason the growth has been stifled. Well, there are a number of reasons. But one of the problems in general for Web3 is so much stuff gets hidden in Discord channels that the world doesn't get to see. And it's a great place. Discord is for like-minded people in smaller groups to meet, to talk, and to plan. Very helpful for that. Also helpful for communication during a live broadcast. You want to talk with somebody at DM. That's what I was able to do with Cartman Bra to coordinate. And it was helpful because there was an issue Cartman had to get his router reset. Internet issues can be a problem with a live stream. That certainly is something that has hit me before. I understand it. But being able to communicate is the important thing with that. Got 13 people as we hit 7 a.m. Eastern. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Having fun with Twitchy Tides games here live. I've really enjoyed this format. It's very easy. It really is, in a good way. I mean, I think if I'm playing The Sims 3, I've got to be doing the narration. I got to make it entertaining. I've got to make it where you got to know what's going on, etc. With Twitchy Tides, I can tell you what I see on screen, but the onus isn't on me to make it happen because the game is it's that much of a draw. People love it. They want those top 10 leaderboard spots. That's a huge draw. And that's a contrast where people are like, okay, maybe you're gonna go and play some of those auto run games that are so much fun. You can win some fun prizes there, but you can't get those top 10 leaderboard points there, at least the way it is now. They may have something different for auto run coming down the pike. We'll see. Pop Paragon does a fantastic job with Twitchy Tides. I got 14 people in. I'll go ahead now as we're on past top of the hour. I'll bring the overlay down. I'll join as well. Hello, Going Tonto. Hi. Greetings and welcome, everybody. NashvilleLou Live. Let's see. This time I'll get in with the 3 spot in my Twitchy team, which I've got in there as Giggles. The Extra Life fundraiser fish. That Halo. All right, so 15 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Monthly battle. We're about at the midpoint as far as the month of December. Almost at the end of the year, can you believe that? Almost at 2025. And that's 2025 for me is big because that's like 30 years since I started broadcasting. It'll be 30 years since I started doing the whole website thing in 1995. All I can say is the older I get, the faster time seems to move. So let's enjoy what we can of 2024 while we still have it, right? 15 players in for this next game. We got Jeff 0079, Flower, Tree Frog Nada, Nadu6, Unmata, Carpet Bra, Terran Lore, Rising Dragons, Liquid Chill, Parrot, Random King, Cheshireski, me, NashvilleLou, Going Tonto, and Hussein Muhammad. So 15 players. Winner gets a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into the drawing Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. When we open things up on Tides Tuesday, you don't have to be present to win. You'll have earned it here, because the only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this second game of Twitchy Tides of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Twitchy Tides Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. And it's Debo the Shark up top, chomping away, taking out Nadu6, taking out Liquid Chill down to 13. And now it's Pink Felicia. Up top going left to right. Takes out My Fish along with Cheshireski down to 11. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Tree Frog, Nada, and Random King are out. Down to 9. So the remaining competitors get a top 10 finish. You're looking at leaderboard points out of this. But who'll be the winner? Debo. It's Debo the Shark again cutting through. Takes out Rising Dragons and Cartman Bra. We're down to 7. Got a Lambo. You've got a Ray, Reindeer Fish. You got a Jack-o'-lantern. Got a couple of those actually. Actually, a couple of the reindeer, I should say. Video Game Fish. From Terran Lore got chomped there along with Parrot. Down to 5. Up top now with Debo the Shark. Hussein's eliminated. And that Snowstorm, that command from Flower with a Ray, that reindeer fish. Sitting Debo back in the other direction. We're down to 4. It's Flower, Unmata, Jeff 0079, and Going Tonto. Final 4. Jeff gets hit with Big Worm in that hook, and we're down to 3. Unmata, Flower, Going Tonto. Last 3. A warning about big worm with a hook, but nowhere to be seen. Fish are fighting back against those enemies. Sometimes those commands keep the enemies from even showing up on screen. I'll give them a moment or two to regroup, and then they have a way of reappearing. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live, and it's a depth charge. See it there, the ominous blinking red. Now, Flower with that snowstorm command, able to neutralize it, but well, maybe a second snowstorm coming through, or maybe time's up on that neutralizing. Tough break there for Flower. We're down to 2. It's Unmata and Going Tonto, the last 2. Second game of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform, and it's Pink Felicia up top, going left to right. Going Tonto with that super spin, but it won't come into play as Felicia leaves of her own accord. So it's Unmata and Going Tonto, the final 2, and it's a depth charge. Going Tonto heading for it. There's the boom, and that's the game. Congratulations. Unmata gets the victory. So in this second game of the broadcast, Unmata gets the win. Along with that, for the top 10 finishers, they're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. So Random King and on up. The better the finish, the more points you get. And ultimately, it's Unmata getting the victory here in Twitchy Tides. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game here on NashvilleLou Live with exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. We've got 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Take down the overlay. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play in chat. That gets us to 17. So I'll go through this list of competitors and we'll get to this next game here in just a moment. Remember, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition and Twitchy Tides. Looking for, if you can get a top 25 finish, or top 75, or top 150. That's how it's been to the thresholds. And these exclusive fish, and who knows what the offerings will be for months down the line. Hard to be sure because there's surprises around every turn, but in a good way when it comes to Twitchy Tides. This game, it's easy to play. You don't even have to have a wax wallet to play for fun. Just with exclamation point play, the game will give you a fish just to have for the stream. So it takes down a pretty major barrier of entry for people, so they can at least try it, see what happens with this game. But for people that know it and love it, there's a demand around the clock and around the world from people that are clamoring. They say, more. We want to play more Twitchy Tides. We want these games. The auto-run games are fun. You can get some fun prizes there, some great prizes in some cases. But it doesn't count for your top 10. This does. So we got 17 players in. Along with that for the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Gives you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. My Leg of Tides Tuesday gets started. Just like this past Tuesday, we'll open the show with a drawing. Faded Monsuda packs. Given to me personally by Sensei Bullrog to give away. It was a big hit last Tuesday. Should be fun again. The only way to get in that drawing, though, is to win here on Freeform. So we got 17 competitors. We got Going Tonto, Tree Frog Nada, Rising Dragons, Flower, Boar Slayer, Unmata, Parrots, Liquid Chill, 906, Cheshireski, Hussein Muhammad, Chinteri, Chucky, Jeff 0079, Carbon Bra, Random King, Lexi Lex, and me, NashvilleLou. So 18 players here. You're looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. All right, 18 players. Game number, my notes up to speed here. Game number 3 of the broadcast. And game number 3 begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. Depth charge. Must have got neutralized by somebody, but that's only a temporary neutralizing. Unmata and Random King get taken out by that depth charge. Early on, we're down to 16. Debo. That bubble command from Lexi Lex, I think it just saved my fish. I think it was about to get chomped there by Debo. With that in mind, there's the 9 lives command. At least get a little shine from my 9 lives command out of that Soul the Catfish. Meanwhile, Debo again getting turned back the other direction. Liquid Chill running off Debo there. A shell shock. 9 lives command ran through there. I didn't die. And so now it's going to go on a cooldown for a bit. Gentari's out along with Tree Frog Nada. Pink Felicia. I need to check to see if the last check it still was strictly pink for Felicia. You gotta negotiate with her if you want her to wear a different color. That's her gimmick, pal. And it's Pink Felicia up top. Taking out Hussein Muhammad. We've also caught Rising Dragons before that. We're down to 11. So we're close to the cut line for that top 10 for leaderboard points. Debo. Going Tonto's out. We're down to 10. Lexi Lex is out. We're down to 9. But Lexi does get a top 10 finish out of it. So a small leaderboard point boost. That's the same. Where half the field is out. We're down to 9. Big warm up of the hook. Got sent in the other direction. That spook command Jeff 0079, that jack-o'-lantern Halloween fish there. Wanted no part of it. Up top, Cannonball takes out Chucky, takes out Jeff. We're down to 7. Logo sometimes a hiding place down there, that bottom left corner. And it's Debo sent back in the other direction. That bubble there from Parrot, one of those new Series 4 rare fish. That's Flo that Parrot's using. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. NashvilleLou Live. Hartman's used that Lambo command to make it rain. Underwater. There. Those dollar bills flying around. Flower and Cheshirski taken out by those chompers there from Debo the Shark, and we're down to 5. Pink Felicia. Now Felicia takes out 4 Slayer, but she's still dangerous. She's got another kill still for her maximum. I guess she was getting battered around left and right there by that bubble command, getting bounced around. I might have caught a break there with my fish. We're down to 4. It's Carmen Bra, Liquid Chill, Parrots, and me, NashvilleLou. That's Rainbow Soul the Catfish, and we had a Cannonball fire that went underneath all 4 remaining fish. Liquid Chill frees just low enough to avoid Debo. My Soul the Catfish hits Debo, gets taken out, so we're down to 3. Liquid Chill, Parrot, Cartman Bra, the last 3. Liquid Chill won our opener, trying to win our first 2 out of 3. But hits the depth charge, gets taken out, so we're down to 2. It's Parrot and Cartman Bra, the final 2. It's Debo. That bubble command in effect there with Flo the Fish. Cartman's Lambo hits the teeth of Debo, and that's going to do it. Congratulations, Parrot. 3-14. Getting the victory here in this 3rd game of the broadcast. 3 games, 3 different winners thus far to start things off here with Episode 7 of Twitchy Tides Freeform. And remember, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points, that monthly competition. See that Ray right there that Flower used? You'd have a top 75 finish for November. Between the top 25 are different, but from 26 to 75, you got one of those. Got one in my mix as well. But to do that, you have to have those leaderboard points. And this is how you do it. Winning here on stream. Again, I love those auto run games, but remember, those don't count for the leaderboard. But they're a lot of fun as well, and you can get some cool prizes. A lot of creativity from different streamers with that. And it's ultimately Parrot getting the victory in this Twitchy Tides game. Back open for the 4th game of the broadcast. You can get in now with exclamation point play in chat. So it's Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 7. Exclamation mark play gets you in for the next Twitchy Tides game. This is NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. We hit 7:30 a.m. Eastern. We got 17 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want in for this next game and you're not in yet, you should do so right now with exclamation play in chat, which I'll do. Make sure it's part of this whole process. I have a certain order I do things in to make sure I don't forget to enter my own games. At least that's the idea. So I used a 5 spot where I've got Flow. Talked about that before, that Series 4 rare fish. So one of the new ones has a bubble command that you can use. Bit of a shield for a certain amount of time. Where sometimes you end up inadvertently helping your opponents as far as the other fish. A bubble can drive an opponent away, and that opponent might be heading down for somebody that ends up winning the game. You never know for sure how it's going to play out. We got 20 players in. Make that 21. This next Twitchy Tides game. Did I miss a command like... No, I'm in there. Okay. Make sure when you get in for these Twitchy Tides games to avoid there being people that do some unscrupulous things, that have bots or scripts that just run with the command every X number of minutes, or however that's done. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff's outside of my purview, usually. But there are luckily people that are very savvy with it. And so sometimes it will check to make sure it checked with me before the first game, making sure it was really me here. Yes. And you just give it back the message. Just type it back in chat when it asks you. They make it pretty straightforward, but it's a good thing to have to deter bad behavior. All right, so 22 players in for this next game. Top 10 finishers. You're looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Chance to get either a top 25 finish or a top 75 or a top 150. Get one of those exclusive fish like we've had on a monthly basis here the last few months. And that competition is just going to get more fierce as this game continues to become more popular. It's difficult to build a new brand in this era because of how fragmented entertainment is. But I tell you what, there are people here on Twitch that are looking to play, wanting to play, and they get 3 or 4 or 5 people watching. And they can't get past that. Enough of those people learn about Twitchy Tides and how this game itself is a draw. I think we're going to see an uptick. And then it's going to be even more people battling for those same number of spots. And so it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. All right, 22 players, and we got Flower, Going Tonto, Jin Terry, Cartman Bra, Hussein Muhammad, Random King, Taryn Lure, Parrots, Chucky, SDB123, Liquid Chill, Zarveen, Boar Slayer, Lexi Lex, Jeff 0079, Rising Dragons, Nadu6, me, NashvilleLou, Nashja, hello, Tree Frog Nada, Viper Czar, and Cheshireski. The 22 players, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for the winner. Prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax gives you a boost in the game Meta Battler, plus entry into that drawing we're going to have this upcoming Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. You have a chance to win. That drawing for Faded Monsuda packs will be given away. Had a lot of fun with that this past Tuesday. The only way to get in that drawing, though, is to win here on Freeform. Hydroja is in to give us 23. If I win, prize goes to second place. We're at 24. OG Daddy in the house. Hello. OG Daddy in the house. So if I win, prize goes to second place. What's up, OG Daddy? Hello, hello. All right. So now we got everything set. And this 24th game of the broadcast says, OG Daddy says, look out, now I'm here. Let's get to it. All right, here we go. Starts now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Right away, no laughing matter with that cannonball, taking out Cheshireski, Hydroja, and Chucky. Trouble walks in. Again, no laughing matter, though, when it comes to the enemies in this game, as Pink Felicia takes out My Fish, takes out Going Tonto, and we're down to 19. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live, and it's Pink Felicia. Hartman Bra and Random King both eliminated. Down to 17. Now it's Pink Felicia. Going left to right, bottom part of the screen. Taking out Nadu, taking out OG Daddy. Down to 15. Well, it's OG Daddy. Hey, those are the breaks. You know how it goes in this game. Cannonball down low. Takes out Parrot. Down to 14. Pink Felicia. Felicia eliminates Tree Frog, Nada, and Flower, and we're down to 12. Half the field is out. Many players looking to get a top 10 finish for leaderboard points. And it's Big Worm with a hook. Takes out Jeff, takes out Lexi Lex. I have most of the enemies capped at 2 kills through or per crossing or appearance on screen. Down to 10. The remaining fish, you all are getting top 10 finishes and thus leaderboard points. But Viper Czar and Liquid Chill eliminated by Debo the Shark, down to 8. Hey, don't worry, OG Daddy. You'll have plenty of additional chances to win here. Gentari and Four Slayer both taken out by the hook from Big Worm, down to 6. Debo the Shark takes out Zarvine, takes out Terran Lore. Down to 4. It's Nasha, SDB123, Rising Dragons, and Hussein Muhammad. The final 4. Hey, thanks, OG Daddy. I appreciate it. Always fun to be on. This is so much fun. It's fun to stream and it's easy. The hard part is making it entertaining, usually, but this does it for me. Pink Felicia's going to cut all the way across and miss all 4 remaining fish. You get 4 very different looking fish. We had that. Now down to 2 of that Cannonball, taking out Rising Dragons and Nasha. So it's Hussein Muhammad and SDB123, the final 2. And it's Big Worm with a hook. That's going to get Hussein, and that's going to do it. So congratulations, SDB123 gets the win in this 4th game of the broadcast. So 4 games, 4 different winners to start things off here on Episode 7 of Tides Freeform. And of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. TwitchyTides.io is the website. Vipers are on up. The better the finish, the more points you get. All the way up to SDB123. All right. Back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides with !play in chat. And remember that drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda pack giveaways. It's going to be Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, so I'm going to open the show when my leg of it starts for Tides Tuesday. All-day event. Got some great streamers in with that. Had the debut of Cartman Brawl this past week. Had a lot of fun with that. And from what Las Vegas Ape told me, that's the plan again for this upcoming Tuesday. We'll probably do something similar to what we had this past week. Cartman Brawl drew a nice audience. Fun games. Good times with that. And I'll be playing over on Cartman Brawl stream Friday. The Home and Home series. We had a lot of fun with Twitchy Tides in between games of Warsaken Blitz this past Friday. That whole Warsaken Friday event that I was part of. And so we're kind of flipping it this upcoming Friday. This time it'll be Cartman hosting. I'll record it locally on my end. I'll probably, if it ends up playing that way, I'll maybe run it on a delay later. Well, after I don't want to run competition, but Everything I can run over on Bolt Plus. Crawling Moon was encouraged me to post something new there. They redid some of their stuff on that site. And the one time I streamed there was a test. I got this inordinate amount of reaction. Like, okay, this is it was because I couldn't turn off chat, and I was testing at the Lou Remix channel. It's been some time ago. So anyway, maybe we'll do something with that. I'm not for sure, but the important thing to focus on is that live part. So we had Cartman playing on my stream this past Friday, and this Friday I'll be playing over on Cartman's and knock stuff over here. Let's try not to make a mess over here with things. We got 16 people in already for this next Twitchy Tides game. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's a tough one there. I see Liquid Chill, where you got timed out. If you happen to miss the prompting from the Twitchy Tides bot on the command to confirm you're there, makes you wait a little bit of time. 105.4688 seconds. That seems awfully precise. Very punitive. But the idea ultimately is to make sure we have people that are here, that are ready to play, that are real people. We got prizes to give out. We got top 10 finishes we're talking about here with these Twitchy Tides games. That's an important distinction. Those auto run games are a lot of fun. You can win some fun prizes. I've seen some really creative efforts made by a variety of streamers for these auto run games. But if you want those leaderboard points for those top 10 finishes, have to be this kind, at least the way it is now. All right, so let me go ahead now and take down this overlay. Hello, Valky. How you doing? I hate for somebody to miss out because they missed a prompt from the bot and then they got timed out and couldn't get back in time. Because that's a bad, people that run into that have a bad experience. I don't want that to happen to my stream. But I do see and very much value the importance of making sure we got real people here ready to go. Well, I'll get in. So all this talk about making sure he's proper form. I'll use the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. That gets us to 23. Hey, Liquid Chill. Yeah, I was talking about it before. Yeah, it's tough. You got to refresh, and then by the time that happens, it can be tough. That problem. I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to get in, because I saw where the Twitchy Tides bot was being very stiff about it. You got put on probation, 5-minute probation. But if you're in, then we're good. All right, so we got 23 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you're not in now and you want in, be quick about it. Be snappy about it with exclamation play in chat. Let me go through the list of participants. Remember, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. TwitchyTides.io. Going to have the latest as far as those standings go. And for the winner, it's a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. That gives you a boost to the game Meta Battler. Plus, entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Tides Tuesday when my part of it starts. Popular this past Tuesday. I think it'll be popular again this upcoming Tuesday. Faded Matsuda packs. I have a drawing. A Faded Matsuda pack giveaway, but the only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. We got Terran Lore, OG Daddy, SDB123, Nadu 6, Parrot, Prince Paradox, Lexi Lex, Jeff 0079, Cartman Bra, Doing Tonto, Flower, Andred Shapa, Zarveen, Hussein Muhammad, Cheshire Ski Scott, Mytruja, Valky, Random King, Free Frog Nada, Chucky, me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape, Liquid Chill, 4 Slayer. We got 23 players, top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. All right, so this next game of the broadcast, game number 5, begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. So we start with 23. See if I can play the banana command here with that Vape Ape. There we go. Hey, free banana. Getting caught in the coral over there. A lot of commands fired off right away. If any enemies were heading in, they seem to have been run off. But they will be back. And to that end, here comes Pink Felicia up top. OG Daddy's out, as is Hussein Muhammad. Got Felicia capped, like I do most of the enemies in this game, capped at 2 kills per crossing. Cannonball, I've got it 3. That one packs a bit more of a punch. And yeah, if you time it right with a banana can stop a cannonball in this game. It's Debo the Shark chomping away, taking out Random King, then getting sent in the other direction. So down to 20. Forget how long got a depth charge. Prince Paradox and Lexi Lex taken. I was busy getting the banana command ready to go again. Contemplating how long the freeze was with the wait between being able to use it. Depth charge. Force Layer and my Druger are out. Down to 16. There we go. There's another banana. Gonna be much ado about nothing there. Although sometimes that banana really came in handy. Could have used it right there. Debo the Shark chomping away. Taking out my Vape Ape. Cartman Braw's out as well. We're down to 14. That flare command from Neon Leon, that fish that Jeff has. We've seen the new Ray Ray, those reindeer fish with the snowstorm. We got Pink Falacia. Tree Frog, Nada, and Going Tonto are out. We're down to a dozen. Close to that cut line for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. That depth charge might be temporarily disabled, but then it finally fires off there, takes out SDME 1, 2, 3. We're down to 11. More than half the field is out. The flare command, Neon Leon, Jeff's fish, top left, ran off Debo. The fish are fed up with these enemies fighting back. Here comes Pink Falacia. Valky's out. The remaining fish all have a top 10 finish. Be careful. There's another sting left for Falacia if she hits, but she won't. At least not there. So leaderboard points for the remaining fish, but who's going to be the winner in this Twitchy Tides game? Game number 5 of the broadcast. It's Pink Falacia coming through. Liquid Chill is out. On Dredge is out. We're down to 8. Debo. And again, that flare command from Neon Leon and Jeff 0079 sends Debo back in the other direction. Run off. We began with 23. We're down to 8. Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7, NashvilleLou Live. A cannonball ripping through. Takes out Cheshireski, Jeff 0079, and Zarveen, and we're down to 5. Depth charge. Ominous blinking red. Gonna get Chucky. We're down to 4. It's Parrot, Flower, Terran Lore, and Nadu 6, the final 4. Cannonball. Gonna clip Parrot on the way through, and we're down to 3. Terran Lore, Flower, Nadu 6, the final 3. Depth charge. There goes Terran Lore. We're down to 2. It's Nadu 6 and Flower. Flower with the freeze move hiding there in the coral. There goes Pink Falacia taking out Nadu 6. That's going to do it. Flower 4803 gets the win in this 5th game of the broadcast. So congratulations to Flower on the victory. And for the top 10 finishers, for people in the spots where poor Valky missed out. Sorry, Valky. The top 10 finishers, Liquid Chill on up. You're looking at leaderboard points. It's Flower with the victory here in game number 5 of the broadcast. Back open now for the 6th game. Game number 6 with exclamation point play in chat to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform, episode 7. This is NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. So we hit 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Reminder, this is Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. If you want to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game, you need to do so now by typing !play in chat. Got 18 people in for this next game. I take this overlay down. Even if you don't have a wax wallet, even if you just stumbled in here by chance, you don't know what this is or even who I am, if you want to play, you can do so. It's free. The game will give you a fish to play for fun. You just type !play in chat and it gets you in. Now, if you have a wax wallet, you can set up various fish. You can set up your Twitchy team. You can switch them out. You got all sorts of options. But you don't have to have that to play, just for fun. But a lot of you are here because you know if you win in this game, you get a nice prize. But also, if you get a top 10 finish, you're getting leaderboard points. It's a big draw. And the auto run games don't allow for it, which those games are fun. I don't ever want to sound like I'm negative on those, but just so people know, you don't get the leaderboard points for those the way it is now, but you do here with this. All right, 21 players in. Let's take this overlay down. I'll jump in. For some reason I want to say jump in. I'm not jumping anywhere. Sitting right here. I'm typing !play. And I'll use the vape ape again. That's kind of fun. Get the banana to throw around. That time it didn't challenge me. Sometimes the Twitchy Tides bot will make sure that you're a real person, that you're really there. And they'll challenge you to respond with a certain phrase. It's a positive because that keeps people from trying to cheat it or otherwise using bad behavior. All right, so 24 players. Let's go through this list of participants. 25. People love Twitchy Tides. I've said that. I mean, look, seeing is believing, right? Around the clock at hours that aren't usually a big draw compared to some others on Twitch. I don't care. It doesn't matter what time. Because around time, what is time? When you got all these different time zones, all these different people, these wonderful people around the world that love this game. Let's talk about the people we got in here. 26. We got Looney Boons, Flower, SDB123, OG Daddy, Terran Lore, Viper Czar, Tree Frog Nada, Jeff 0079, Lexi Lex, Rising Dragons, Parrots, Liquid Chill, Bulk the Bear, Chucky, Mocha Twitcher, hello, Hussein Muhammad, Valky, Nadu6, Boar Slayer, Random King, Viramin, Going Tonto, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Cheshire Ski Scott, Zarvine, Cartman Bra, Jess Tony. So 27 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Be game number 6 of the broadcast. We've had 5 games, 5 different winners. Maybe they'll hold here, maybe it won't. We got a variety of players. 28, we got Jamie Penguins in with that consumer break turtle. A wide variety of fish, and they're all classified as fish, even when you've got like a scuba woofy in there, or me with a vape ape. It still counts as a fish when it comes to Twitchy Tide. So top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. For the winner, prize is a Warsake foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have. It's upcoming Tuesday, Tides Tuesday. My leg of that all-day event begins at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win, since you'll have already earned the rights to be in there here by winning on stream. The only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Freeform. All right, so 28 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this 6th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. And it's Debo the Shark. I'm first out, along with Mocha Twitcher. We're down to 26. Debo got shocked right there with the damage done. Where most of these enemies are capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 for the Cannonball, and it's Debo again. The Rising Dragons and Viper Czar are out. We're down to 24, and again, a pop. This time going Tonto with that super spin. I tell you, these fish are fed up with the mistreatment from the enemies. They're fighting back. They got some powerful commands in some cases. Debo takes out Jess, Tony, and Tree Frog Nada before being bopped back in the other direction. But again, damage done. Pink Felicia. Valky's out, along with Cheshire Ski Scott. And we're down to 20. Not many of these enemies are making it all the way across. They'll do some damage, but they're going to get zapped or hit a super spin or a bubble or a snowstorm. Go on and on. Pink Felicia, undeterred, coming through, taking out Jamie Penguins and Lexi Lex. Oh, that going Tonto super spin stopped Felicia. Big Worm with a hook takes out Veerman and Liquid Chill. We're down to 16. It's Twitchy Tide's Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. This is so much fun to stream. I can't stress that enough. You can make this game your own. Just because I have a sports-style presentation doesn't mean everybody needs to, or does, or will. I hope we get more people that can stream this game in other languages. More people playing, the better. And there are people around the world that play this game and enjoy it. SDB123 eliminated by Big Worm with a hook. We're down to 15. And there are a lot of people who speak English, but it's not their first language. So I try to be understanding with that. Pink Felicia coming through, takes out Terran Lore and Zarveen. We're down to 13. It's more than half the field is out. But I assure you, their English is better than whatever my second language try would be. And it's Debo the Shark. OG Daddy and Cartman Bra are out. We're down to 11. We're getting close to that cut line to get a top 10 finish and thus leaderboard points. The better you finish, the more points you get. It's a cannonball. Hussein's out. Top 10 finishes for Chucky and Four Slayer, but they're also out, down to 8. So the remaining fish, you've got a top 8 finish, but who's going to be the winner? That super spin from Going Tonto dismantles the depth charge. Big Worm with a hook. That hook takes out Going Tonto and Bulk the Bear. We're down to 6. It's game number 6 of Twitchy Tides here on Freeform episode 7. And the hook from Big Worm takes out Random King. We're down to 5. Flower, Looney Boons, Parrot, Jeff 0079, Nadu 6, the final 5. And it's the hook. It's Big Worm. That fishing expedition brought nothing there. With Jeff managing to sneak by, down to 5. It might have been that Big Worm was neutralized by one of those commands. Sometimes it's tough to tell. No difficulty telling there with Pink Felicia taking out Nadu 6, taking out Jeff. We're down to 3. Flower, Looney Boons, Parrot, the final 3. Looney Boons with the fish with the Santa hat. It's one of the top 150 finishers. Flower taken out by Debo along with Parrot. That's going to do it. It's Looney Boons getting the victory. And this 6th game of the broadcast here on NashvilleLou Live, Freeform episode 7. Looney Boons, you'll get that Warsaken Foil Prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection, and entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, with Tides Tuesday when my leg of it begins. Hello, Mortal Wombats. How are you doing? Enjoyed watching your show earlier. There's so many different people that stream Twitchy Tides, and that list of people keeps growing. At some point, Twitch is going to have to acquiesce. They're going to have to tap out and say, okay, all right, Pickney, enough nagging. We'll give you Twitchy Tides as a category here. We need this. We deserve this. This game deserves this. So along with that top finish there for Looney Boons will be, of course, leaderboard points. You get the most by finishing first, but top 10 finishers, you're all getting at least some. So Chucky and on up, you're getting leaderboard points for that top 10 finish. And Looney Boons gets the victory in Game 6 of the broadcast here on Twitchy Tide's Freeform Episode 7. And now it's Game 7. Not like the World Series, but the 7th game. We're going to should have several hours here with this broadcast before the NFL games get going later today. Exclamation point play. It's open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Here on Freeform Episode 7, remember, top 10 finishes mean leaderboard points. Those auto-run games are great fun, but you can't get the top 10 leaderboard points that way, so be aware. But you can get some cool prizes with those. Yeah, nothing negative at all about those, just to let people know, because this is a brand new thing. And there are constantly new people tuning in. They're like, what is this? You've been playing these games. We talked about this Twitchy Tides. What is this? This is what it is. It's a draw around the clock. It's not abruptly in the middle of the night U.S. time on a weekend with no notice practically. And people find out. They show up fast. And they have fun with it. Look, we had a dozen people in. Open for 50 seconds for this lobby. So we'll have the next Twitchy Tides game here in a few minutes here on Freeform. Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. Got 22 players in for this next game. People in the U.S. wake up here on this Sunday saying, let's play some more Twitchy Tides. And why not? This game is great fun. I got 24 players, and let's take this overlay down. So I'll get in as well with exclamation mark play in chat. If you're not in yet, do so now if you want to get in for this next game. Fair warning. And make sure the game might confirm that you're a real person, not a bot or a script or whatever. So be on the lookout for that. Make sure your name and your fish appears. You don't get prompted for the bouncer to want to check your ID. That's sus. And it's nothing really to do with being sus. I think it just, because I get checked on the reg here. Oh, let's see what we're going to go with. I'm going to go with the giggles fish. I got to prove I'm human. Half man, half machine. All right, so we got 28 players in. All right, let's go ahead and run through this list of participants. We'll get this next game going. So you might get old waiting for the game. I'll wait for Game XP. Patience. Better to wait and have it be ready to go than to be live on stream and talk about something new that is not working. I'd tell you, once we get it, it's going to be so much fun. I had a lot of fun this past Friday with that Warsaken Blitz live stream. It's one of the best Warsaken broadcasts I've ever had as far as viewership goes. A lot of that has to do with Twitchy Tides. I'm acutely aware of that. The Warsaken's great fun as well. We've only just begun with that. Key for me is having somebody there ready to play. From a pacing standpoint, it's the best pacing I've felt. And I watch everything back. That's what I was drilled in my head back in the 90s when I was breaking into the business. And 29 years later, it's still pretty savvy advice for anybody. At least sometimes go back and listen to your broadcasts. There'll be things inevitably that you'll have forgotten. Sometimes you'll find something, oh, this would be a great clip. There's stuff good things you may have overlooked, and there are things that might be room for improvement, or like, oh, I said that, or oh, that's not good. Things that for next time you can adjust. That's my advice to anybody trying to improve. That's the best way you're going to do it, is to actually go back. And I know some people don't like the sound of their own voice. I understand that. That's something you have to just overcome. Because also with that is learning the way certain phrases sound when you say them and some things. I think Vape Ape is a lot of fun for me. Even if the rest of the audience may not care, but I enjoy it when I go back and hear it. There's all sorts of fun little things that all sorts of streamers, that's the beauty with this world of live streaming. You can make it your own. You don't have a program director telling you to do it this way. Keep it to 60 seconds tops on the microphone being open. With these scripted comments here. Use this fake name. Sound like a total goof. Insult your intelligence. All that. You don't have to worry about that here. You can have fun. You can be silly. You can do whatever you want. The world is yours. And again, I harp on that a lot because that's not the way it used to be. And it's wonderful that it's like that now. Oh, you have so much latitude. So much creativity. Anyway, 31 players. Let's read this list before it gets even longer. All right, we got Jess Tony, Zarveen, SDMe123, OG Daddy, Unmata, Flower, Viper Czar, Liquid Chill, Mydruja, Random King, Mortal Wombats, Cheshireski, Dadu6, Terran Lore, Lexi Lex, Bulk the Bear, Tree Frog Nada, Jericho, Going Tonto, Jeff 0079, Jamie Penguins, Cartman Bra, Chucky, Mocha Twitcher, me, NashvilleLou with that giggles fish, Rising Dragons, Naznara, Hussein Muhammad, Nashja, Valky, Winterfell, and Parrot. 32 players. For the winner, the Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, gives you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler, plus entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. That's when my leg of Tides Tuesday. Tides Tuesday is an all-day event. My portion begins at 10 p.m. Eastern, and I plan on starting the show this upcoming Tuesday the way I did this past, with a drawing for those Faded Monsuda packs, generously donated by Sensei Bullrog. Personally gave them to me to give away. And so we'll have more of that coming up this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. The only way, though, to get in that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Also, of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points in that monthly competition. You're wanting a top 25 finish, or a top 75, or a top 150. Chance to get something nice and exclusive, a reward. And so there's motivation for people to play around the clock. There's motivation for people like me to stream that would otherwise be strange or unusual hours. Because in this world, you got people around the world wanting to play. And let's get to it. So let's get to it, shall we? 32 players. If I win, top prize goes to second place. Game number 7 of this broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 7. We've got 32 fish in the mix. We've got the Jingle Bells party. He got stuck on a green background on one of those games that I had after the party ended on Forsaken Blitz on Friday. Big Worm with a hook. Or it was a green background. And I was like, was this the Christmas preview? God, was it something break? It was like a one-off. Chucky and Mortal Wombats are out. Depth Charge takes out OG Daddy and Jess Tony, so we're down to 28. So our players are looking for a top 10 finish for leaderboard points. It's Debo the Shark up top. Random King and Rising Dragons eliminated. We're down to 26. I have most of the enemies capped at 2 kills per crossing, or pass through, or whatever you want to call it. It's 3 for the cannonball. And no promises of that depth charge. That thing has a mind of its own sometimes. And it's Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Chomping away. Nadu 6 and Parrot are out. Down to 24. Depth charge. Zarvine and Mocha Twitcher. Both eliminated. We're down to 22. Winterfell is out. We're down to 21. Pink Felicia takes out Nashville, takes out Bulk the Bear. That Snowstorm command from Flower with that Ray, that reindeer fish. Working a Rudolph gimmick. The damage done. Now Cannonball. Lexi Lex hit. Then that Cannonball got sent in the other direction. That Cannonball still had a couple of potential kills on it, so that wasn't just a run it off for the sake of running it off. That's actually had impact there. Like right there, Debo got the 2 kills in on Terran Lore and Naznora. Finally a command used by one of the fish to send it the other direction. But damage done. That's my point there. We're down to 16, so half the field is out. More than half now. Tree Frog Nada. Taken out by Big Worm with that hook. Down to 15. Pink Felicia up top takes out Flower, takes out Cartman Bra. That's the maximum kills for this crossing here for Pink Felicia. She won't do any more harm. Oh, the fish might rough her up a bit with the commands. The fish have had it. They're fed up, saying 6 months of getting roughed up here by these enemies. We're going to refine ourselves and get even better. So especially when you get a whole bunch of fish in the mix, sometimes they really fight back. Pink Felicia is undeterred, though. Taking out Jamie Penguins, taking out my fish. So we're down to 11. Depth charge up top. You see it there, that ominous blinking red on Mata. Taking out the after effect caught my Daruja, so we're down to 9. My Daruja got a top 10 finish. Surrounding players are getting leaderboard points. The better the finish, the more points you get. Depth charge. Thing was temporarily disabled, so Viperzar got past it using that Radiance command, but at some point that depth charge does wake back up. Liquid Shell with that Shell Shock command might have bought more time. Time's up for Jericho, down to 8. You never know how a given game of Twitchy Tides is going to play out. Depth charge out of nowhere. Cheshire Ski Scott going Tonto eliminated. Down to a half dozen. We started with 32. The hook from Big Worm. Valky's out. Down to 5. Depth charge. There goes Hussein Muhammad. There goes Vipers R. We're down to 3. Liquid Chill. SDB 123. And Jeff 0079, the final 3. Game number 7 of the broadcast. Liquid Chill and SDB both have won here earlier in the broadcast. Jeff's won plenty of times here on Freeform, but not yet today. One of these 3 will be the winner here in game number 7. Jeff and Liquid Chill get taken out, and it's SDB 123. First repeat winner of the broadcast here in game number 7. Congratulations to SDB with that pink Achu fish. And of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. So from my Druja and on up, higher the finish, the more points you get. Ultimately, SDB123. Make sure my notes they are up to speed. This SDB123 getting the victory here. Game number 7. Back open for our next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. Exclamation mark play gets you in for the next game of Twitchy Tides here on Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. Got 24 players in for this next game. Pull the overlay down. I'll get in with exclamation point play. This time I will use Neon Leon, my 4th spot. Remember, you can set within Twitchy Tides, in the game itself, you can set your Twitchy team. 5 different fish, or up to 5, in spots number 1 through 5, and you can switch those up if you go into game and you want to have some variety to it, but you can, at a moment's notice, switch between 5 different fish. It makes it easy for people like me when I'm streaming the game, or players that want to switch it up, or playing in multiple streams and you want to use different fish and different games. It gives you a lot of latitude. It's a big positive. One of the many improvements and adjustments that have happened thanks to Pop Paragon actually listening to the audience and adjusting accordingly. So it's a wonderful thing. This game is tremendous fun. So we got 25 players in, including me. We go through the list of participants and we'll get this next game going. Also remember, top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Play at least some. Top 150 finish is very doable. Top 75, a little more difficult. Top 25. It's a challenge, and it's not going to get any easier in 2025. The game's just, look, the game keeps drawing people in. You get new people joining, you get people that keep playing it because it's tremendous fun. It's easy to stream, it's easy to play. We got 26 players here for this next game. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for the winner. The prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. Also, winner gets entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, Tides Tuesday, when my portion of it begins at 10 p.m. Eastern. It's 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. We'll have the drawing live to find out who's going to win these Faded Matsuda packs. Had a lot of fun with that this past Tuesday. Many thanks again to Sensei Bullrog for giving me those packs to give away. All right, so 26 players. We got Lexi Lex, Chucky, Jeff 0079, Mortal Wombats, Jamie Penguins, Unmada, Jess Tony. See the OG Daddy, Sus. I get distracted when I see Sus sneaking in. Let's see, right. Jamie Penguins, Unmada, Jess Tony, Four Slayer, Rising Dragons, Drumar, Cheshireski, Hussein Muhammad, Zarveen, Parrots, Viper Czar, Naznara, Terran Lore, Going Tonto, Flower, Random King, Nadu 6, Billy XBT, Cartman Bra, Liquid Chill, SDME123, OG Daddy, and then me, NashvilleLou. 27 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Twitchy Tides game number 8 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. Freeform Episode 7. By the way, Pink Felicia, Random King, and Liquid Chill are out. We're down to 25. Cannonball. Cannonball takes out Hussein Muhammad, Billy XBT, and Naznara. So we're down to 22. Big Worm of the Hook, Terran Lore, and Going Tonto are eliminated. Down to 20. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Flower with that snowstorm. And it's Big Worm of the Hook. So Terran Lore's out, Going Tonto's out, we're down to 20. Depth Charge. Got momentarily disabled, then woke back up to explode for Rising Dragons. We're down to 19. And it's a Jingle Bells party. Complete with a disco ball. The Christmas disco. Who knew? Down to 19. Big Worm of the Hook. Viper Czar's out. Down to 18. Again, Big Worm with a hook. Drumar and Zarveen are out. We're down to 16. Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou live. It's Debo the Shark. Debo chomped away, taking out Flower. Another Jingle Bells party. You can have music turned off due to the concern about the copyright monsters. When it comes to audio, it's a certain level of unreasonableness with that. So, luckily, I've got some great background music. Many thanks, special thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio, who makes much of the great background music I use here on NashvilleLou Live. It's not a reflection of my thought on the music that I don't get to use usually these various games. I don't need those copyright dings out of nowhere. Speaking out of nowhere, it's Cannonball. Takes out Chucky, Lexi Lex, and Cheshireski Scott. Down to a dozen. Up top, Depth Charge. There goes 4 Slayer. Down to 11. More than half the field is out. That was Big Worm, but I think that bubble from Parrot sent Big Worm back quickly the other direction. Fish are fighting back, fed up. These enemies. That Depth Charge got zapped there thanks to that super spin from Mortal Wombats. So the battle continues. Players hoping to get a top 10 finish for leaderboard points. OG Daddy taken out by Debo the Shark. Unmada out as well, but at least Unmada got a top 10 finish. The remaining fish will be getting points for that monthly competition for the Twitchy Tides leaderboard. But who's going to be the winner? Debo up top. Debo the Shark. Hartman Bra taken out. STB sent Debo the other direction, but still dangerous. Debo takes out Nadu 6. We're down to 7. Cannonball. Mortal Wombat. Mortal Wombats is out along with Jess Tony and Jeff 0079. We're down to the final 4. Jamie Penguins. STB 123. Parrots and me, NashvilleLou. It's a Depth Charge. STB's out. We're down to 3. Remember, if I win, that prize goes to second place. That includes entry into that drawing we're going to have for Tides Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. But Debo the Shark says, don't worry about that, pal. Take you right on out. We're down to 2. It's Parrot and Jamie Penguins, the final 2. So it's a Series 4 rare flow fish there for Parrot. Jamie Penguins with the Consumer Break Turtle. And on ground level is Pink Felicia, who's going to miss both remaining competitors. It's Parrot and Jamie Penguins, the final 2. In this Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. It's Debo going down Broadway left to right. Parrot with a freeze. Jamie Penguin's going to avoid those sharp teeth from Debo, at least for now. And the battle continues. Silly Shark, says OG Daddy. And now it's Pink Felicia down at ground level, and it looks like Felicia's going to miss both remaining competitors. It's Parrot and Jamie Penguins, the final 2. We began with 27, down to 2. Who will be the winner? On that left side, near the Twitchy Tide sign, you see Big Worm with a hook. Parrot's going to get a high enough out freeze by Parrot. The never-ending Tides matches, OG Daddy. You never know how one of these games is going to play out. Parrot with a spin move. Finally. All right. The enemy attack expires. They have to regroup. Cannonball's going to get Parrot. That's going to do it. So congratulations, Jamie Penguins gets the victory. Game number 8 of the broadcast. Pardon me. In this 8th game of the broadcast, Jamie Penguins gets the victory. Jamie's first win of this broadcast. Looking at the top 10 and up. That 10 spot getting leaderboard points. That monthly competition. TwitchyTides.io is the website. All the information where you can set your Twitchy team with your fish. You can find out how to even set up a wax wallet over there. It's very helpful. I'm getting some leaderboard points, but not as many as the top two. And ultimately, Jamie Penguins gets the victory here. Game number 8 of the broadcast. Back open for the next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. We've got 20 players. Lobby's open for 4 minutes. We've got 20 people. We'll probably have more. I know we'll have at least one more because I've got to get in. I'll take the overlay down. I'll type exclamation mark play in chat. And this time, look back to the Vape Ape. It's in the second spot in my Twitchy team, which remember you can customize that. We're on twitchytides.io. You have 5 different fish. You can assign them spots number 1 through 5, and then switch them out. Even switch them out once you've set a given fish for a game of tides. I want to switch from the vape ape to, say, the rainbow soul the catfish. Having the one spot, see there? Switched over to the rainbow soul the catfish. Maybe I'll use that next time, but here, we'll go back with the vape ape. We've got 22 players in for this next game. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Most of you already know this, I don't have to tell you, but for new people, there are always new people tuning in here. Learning about Twitchy tides. Say, what is this game, Lou? You play this a lot, don't you? I sure do. I can show you the numbers why I do it this way. People love it. The game is a draw. It's fun. It's easy to stream. What more can I say? We got 24 players. Let's read the list of participants and we'll get to this next game of Twitchy tides. Top 10 finishers get leaderboard points. For the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. For my portion of Tides Tuesday here on NashvilleLou Live, we'll do that drawing live. I say drawing, it's really just the wheel of names, but you get to see it play out live. It was a lot of fun this past Tuesday. Should be fun this upcoming Tuesday. A couple of days from now with Twitchy Tides and Tides Tuesday here on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so 25 players in. Got Mocha Twitcher, Cheshireski, Jeff 0079, SDB123, Four Slayer, Billy XBT, Rising Dragons, Flower, Naznara, Hussein Muhammad, Unmada, Terran Lore, Liquid Chill, Nadu 6, Lot DS6, Chucky, Going Tonto, Random King, Crypto Gamer, Parrot 314, Nashja, Lexi Lex, me, NashvilleLou with Vape Ape, Viper Czar, Looney Boons, and Mortal Wombat. So we got 26 players in. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. Okay. We're all set as far as this goes. 26 players. Again, if I win, the prize goes to second place. Game number 9 of this broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides. Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Early on, a cannonball takes out Hussein, takes out Viper, takes out Lexi Lex. Down to 23. Let's see if I can play the banana command here with this Vape Ape. It's be a fun one just to throw a banana out. I had Debo heading that way. A banana thrown at Debo. Take that. But I think another command was already used to drive off Debo. The fish are fighting back. They've had enough. They're fed up with these enemies. Speaking of enemies, depth charge up there. That temporary pause doesn't last. And that chain reaction of it. Parrot and Mada are out. We're down to 19. Cannonball. Low part of the screen takes out Mocha Twitcher, takes out Looney Boons, down to 17. Special thanks, Carl Casey at Whitebat Audio, who makes much of the great background music I use here on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia takes out Nasha, takes out Nadu 6, down to 15. Big Worm of the Hook, Naznar is out. Thought I was going to get my Vape Ape, but it didn't. We're down to 14. Did I throw another banana? There we go. There's a banana for you. I think that would have taken out Felicia, but somebody else already, whether it was a super spin, something else already did the job. The Felicia did some damage. 4 Slayers out, Crypto Game is out. Now Cannonball. Chucky's out, I'm out. Liquid Chill's out, although Liquid Chill does get a top 10 finish. We're down to 9, so the remaining players are all getting leaderboard points. Who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia gets sent back in the other direction. That bubble command from Rising Dragons with that new Series 4 rare fish with Flow. Pink Felicia Takes out Going Tonto. She gets frozen for a moment, but she's still dangerous. She's got another strike left in her. Taking out Lot DS6. We're down to 7. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Apparently Debo got sent back in the other direction before even showing up. That happens sometimes. These strong abilities. Never even see the opponent show up. But they eventually do come back. Now it's Pink Felicia. One left to right, bottom half of the screen, taking out Billy XBT, taking out Random King, and we're down to 5. Five very different fish still in the mix. There can be only one winner. Big Worm with a hook takes out Flower. Tried for that snowstorm command. About a half a count too late. Down to 4. SDB123, Jeff 0079, Rising Dragons, Terran Lore, the final 4. And you can see Big Worm with a hook on that left side of the screen. Scowl from Big Worm just below the Twitchy Tide sign. See these fish trying to stay away from the left part of the screen. The bubble runs out for Rising Dragons, but the angle's just enough to get by. Shock command from SDB123. Big Worm gave up there. The double back. Cannonball takes out Jeff 0079. We're down to 3. SDB123. Terran Lore. Rising Dragons. The final 3. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Upper mid. Tough timing on that spin move by Rising Dragons. Gets chomped away there by Debo. We're down to 2. It's Terran Lore and SDB123. Depth charge. Terran Lore. A critical time to choose to freeze. That would have been it otherwise. But now with SDB coming in. SDB says, forget that. I'm using a shock command, taking it out. Spin move by Terran Lore. The battle continues. Final 2. SDB123 is going to get the win. Terran Lore got hit by a hook out of nowhere from Big Worm. So congratulations, SDB123. That's a 3rd victory in 9 games. So a strong start here. It's hard to believe more than 2 hours in. I looked at the first hour, no. First couple hours, no. More than that at this point. That's how it works when you stream this game, at least in my experience. Time just flies by. So SDB gets the win. And of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. I missed out. Number 11. First one out as far as that goes. But it's Liquid Chill on up. You're getting leaderboard points for these top 10 finishes. And it's SDB123 getting the win. That 3rd victory. So that's 3 entries into the Faded Monsuda pack drawing. We're going to have to open up Tides Tuesday. This Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. 0300 UTC. NashvilleLou Live. Like that was like Howard Stern talking about Sirius when he couldn't talk about Sirius there. I was just clearing my throat. Really. All right, so back open now for the next Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Game number 10 with exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. On the other side of 9 a.m. Eastern, I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having fun as usual with Twitchy Tides here with Freeform Episode 7. Got 19 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want in, last chance for this game with exclamation mark play in chat. Take that overlay down. Type exclamation mark play. I'll just go with the regular. I don't even need a number since it defaults to the one spot where I've got the Rainbow Soul the Catfish. So 20 players lined up for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Top 10 finishers. They'll be getting leaderboard points. We got that monthly competition with Twitchy Tides. Players looking for wins, looking for top 10 finishes. Let's go through this list of participants. We'll get to the next game. For the winner, the prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler, plus entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday of next week, 10 p.m. Eastern. 0300 UTC, you don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it here. The only way in that drawing we're going to have is to win here on Freeform, giving away Faded Monsuda packs. That's how we're going to open the show for Tides Tuesday for my portion of it. 10 p.m. Eastern Tuesday here on NashvilleLou Live. Tides Tuesday is an all-day event. Strongly urge everybody, if you like Twitchy Tides, check out the various streamers. There's all these different approaches, different styles as far as Twitchy Tides goes. And it's really fun to see different people and how they choose to execute the format. All right, 23 players. Let's go through this list. Billy XBT, Jeff 0079, Boca Twitcher, SDB123, Viper Czar, Liquid Chill, Boar Slayer, Flower, Mortal Wombats, Lexi Lex, Rising Dragons, Going Tonto, Solkanar, hello, Hussein Muhammad, Parrots, Nadu6, me, NashvilleLou, Naznara, Pisarski Scott, Random King, Jamie Penguins, Taryn Lore, Zarveen, and Rabbit Larry. Hey there, Rabbit Larry. Greetings to everybody. Happy to have all y'all here with me on NashvilleLou Live. We got 24 players in for this Twitchy Tides game. If I win, prize goes to second place. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Good morning, Rabbit Larry. Good morning, everybody. Or afternoon or evening, wherever it is for the rest of you. Good morning, yes, Rabbit Larry. All right, 24 players, and this 10th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live, Freeform Episode 7. Pink Felicia apparently got scared off early. Especially these higher-end fish with the powerful commands, fighting back against these opponents, these enemies. Rough them up a bit. Of course, the fun thing with that Rainbow Soul the Catfish is a 9 lives command. You have to get killed while that's in effect, you get revived. The little glow that I have right there. Meanwhile, Mortal Wombats and Solkanar are out. That cannonball down to 22. And now it's Debo, but Debo, I think that bubble from Lexi Lex with the flow, that brand new Series 4 rare fish, that bubble command. The bubble ran off Debo, but Debo was just regrouping back around now, taking out Hussein, taking out Zarveen. Viper Czar, that Radiance command, I think, at that point able to send Debo the other direction. But I've got the enemies, for the most part, capped at 2 kills per crossing. Depth charge. Rabbit Larry's out. Taryn Lore's out. We're down to 18. The Cannonball gets 3. And up top, it's Pink Felicia. Nadu 6 is out. Viper Czar is out. Down to 16. Big worm of the hook. My soul, the catfish, is out. We're down to 14. Pink Felicia takes out SDME 1, 2, 3. We're getting dealt with. We're down to 13 fish remaining. Now it's Debo. It's Debo the shark going right to left up top, taking out Jeff, along with Rising Dragons, down to 11. More than half the field is out. We're close to that cut line for top 10 finishes, and thus leaderboard points. Big worm of the hook. Billy is out. Four Slayer's out as well, but at least for Four Slayer, it's a top 10 finish. As for the remaining fish, they'll be getting leaderboard points. The better the finish, the more points you get. But who's going to be the winner? Here comes Pink Felicia taking out Random King and Mocha Twitcher. Very close there on that second kill, but it was Mocha Twitcher taken out. Down to 7. Big worm with the hook. Going Tonto with that super spin. Takes out the hook and big worm there. So for the moment, we're still sitting at 7, but not for long. Liquid Chill hits that depth charge. We're down to a half dozen. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. Now Pink Felicia eliminates Going Tonto. And that's it for Felicia on that pass through. We're down to 5. Big worm of the hook takes out Naznara. We're down to 4. Half the fish left are those Ray reindeer fish. You got Parrot and Flower with the Rays. Jamie Penguins with that Consumer Break Turtle. And then Lexi Lex with that Series 4 rare Flow. And it's a Cannonball taking out Flower and Jamie Penguins. We're down to 2. Lexi Lex with that Bubble Command. Parrot with that Snowstorm. With that Ray. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Taking care of Parrot, and that's going to do it. Lexi Lex gets the victory here in this 10th game of the broadcast. First win today on my stream here for Lexi Lex, so congratulations. Get the Warsaken Foil Prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection. Of course, an entry into that drawing we're going to have this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Twitchy Tides Tuesday, that all-day event when my portion of it begins. We'll open it the way we opened the show this past Tuesday. This Faded Monsuda pack drawings. The only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform like Lexi Lex did. So for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. So for 4 Slayer on up, leaderboard points, and your winner, Lexi Lex. Back open for our next game of Twitchy Tides. Game number 11 is open with exclamation point play in chat. That lobby clock there is something that I've created here. So it's not official. It's just that's when I bring the overlay up is when that clock starts. And I've got it set for the slate, or the slate for the countdown. It's not something that shows up on screen, but it shows the lobby has been open. So when I open the show and it's 5 minutes or whatever, that's, oh, okay. It actually worked out the way I wanted it to. It was nice. All right, so it's Twitchy Tides Freeform. We'll get to our next Tides game here in just a few minutes. As usual, I mean, it's more than 2.5 hours in. It just doesn't feel like it. Not a complaint. The opposite of that, to be sure. Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 22 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Game number 11 of the broadcast. You can get in now with exclamation point play in chat, but you need to be snappy about it. We'll get this next game started here soon. Let's take this overlay down. I'll type in exclamation mark play in chat, and this time I'll use giggles in the 3 spot for me today. So we've got 24 players in. We'll run through this list of participants here in a moment. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Part of the appeal with this, or those auto run games are great fun. You can earn a lot of great prizes through them. I've seen a lot of creativity through streamers using those auto run games. But remember, to earn leaderboard points, it has to be the regular type here. That's what we got. Now, they could change that at some point with the auto run, so keep that in mind. There are always new surprises in good ways with Twitchy Tides. It keeps improving. Sometimes with games, the changes happen and they're not for the better. But with Twitchy Tides, look, when there's a problem, they fix it quickly, but it's all sorts of new stuff. It's creative, it's captivating. It's what the world of wax gaming has desperately needed for years. And Pop Paragon has delivered here with an absolute winner of a game. With Twitchy Tides, we got 25 players in. Let me go through this list of participants. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Of course, for the winner, it'll be a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, which is my artwork on wax. That also will give you a boost, including the promo items. Everything in that from the NashvilleLou collection gives you a boost in the game Meta Battler. In addition, the winner receives an entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. That's the start time for my portion of Tides Tuesday, an all-day event with some great streamers. Many thanks to Las Vegas Ape, who has set this up and made it a very fun event to be part of. So we'll open the show like we did this past Tuesday with a drawing for Faded Monsuda packs. Again, many thanks to Sensei Bullrog for giving me those packs to give away. It was a hit this past Tuesday. I imagine it'll be a hit again for this upcoming Tuesday. You don't have to be present to win, but the chance to be there and see yourself win live on stream, at least potentially. And if you win and you don't get to see it live, because I realize 0300 UTC is when some of you are going to be asleep, but you don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it by winning here on Freeform on NashvilleLou Live. So 27 players. Let's go through this list like I was saying I was going to do. We got Lexi Lex, Chucky, Random King, Boar Slayer, Parrot, Cheshire Ski, Flower, Liquid Chill, Jeff 0079, Hussein Muhammad, BS Knive, hello, Viraman, Zarveen, Mortal Wombats, Dan Asker, hey there Dan, Nado6, Taryn Lore, Unmada, Rabbit Larry, SDB123, me NashvilleLou with the Giggles Fish, Boca Twitcher, Jamie Penguins, Viper Czar, Going Tonto, Jericho, and Brazen Blake is in. We've got 27 players. Top 10 finish means you're going to get leaderboard points. Winner gets the Warsaken foil prime card, the item from the NashvilleLou collection. Entry into that Faded Monsuda pack drawing we're going to have to open things up to start the show Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, Tides Tuesday, here on NashvilleLou Live. So much fun to be part of this. I absolutely love this. All right, 27 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this 11th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. On the lookout for Debo, but a lot of those powerful fish with their anti-enemy commands early have a way of thwarting those enemy combatants from showing up. But they do eventually come back. There's a variety of fish and options you have in there. It's visually very captivating. Cannonball. Cannonball taking the low road. I'm out. along with Lexi Lex and 4 Slayer, down to 24. Big Worm with the Hook takes out Liquid Chill and Brazen Blake, down to 22. This game is Twitchy Tides. It was Freeform. It's episode number 7, NashvilleLou Live. With Liquid Chill and Brazen Blake out, we're down to 22. That's Big Worm with a Hook on that left side. Unmada's out along with SDME123. We're down to 20. The enemies were regrouping, getting lulled into a false sense of security. They will return. Now it was a warning for a cannonball, but I guess that got stopped before it started. That Ray fish from Flow, or the reindeer fish with that snowstorm command. One of the newest additions. Now it's a cannonball up top. Got sent back in the other direction. Remarkably didn't take out anybody. We began with 27. We're down to 20. Players in here looking for a top 10 finish. Looking for leaderboard points, depth charge. There goes Random King. There goes Rabbit Larry. Down to 18. Big Worm with that hook on the Twitchy Tide sign. That's going to get Viper Czar and catch Mortal Wombats on the way out. Down to 16. Tearing lure, that Buster Beaver might be trying to build a dam in that bottom left corner. Meanwhile, it was Debo the Shark coming through, but a super spin from Going Tonto. Pops Debo there. And for the moment, the 16 still in the mix, but Cannonball coming through. Cheshirski, Tearing lure, Going Tonto are all out. We're down to 13. Debo. It's Debo the Shark going right to left, bottom half of the screen. Dan Asker's out along with Jamie Penguins, down to 11. Now Debo's already got the maximum kills for this crossing here. Sometimes the fish will rough up the enemies, send them back and forth a few times. Big Worm with a hook. Chucky is out. Nadu 6 got a top 10 finish, but also got hooked. So we're down to 9. So it'll be leaderboard points for everybody remaining. That monthly competition. But who's going to be the winner? Here's Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Just missed on Mocha Twitcher. Gets Hussein, gets Jericho out. And we're down to 7. Cannonball. Mocha Twitcher's out. Flowers out. That spook command from the Jack-o'-lantern. There with Jeff sent the cannonball back in the other direction, but damage done. We're down to 5, and there's Big Worm with a hook. Well-timed freeze by Jeff. Veerman not so fortunate, getting hooked. Down to 4. That's Parrot, Zarveen, Jeff 0079. Who's hiding under my logo? BS Knife. And they're in the final 4. Super spin from BS Knife. That depth charge is going to take out Jeff 0079. Down to 3. It's Parrot, Zarveen, and BS Knife. Cannonball. A well-timed spin move as it turned out there by Parrot, avoiding the cannonball, which missed everybody. BS Knife, Zarveen, Parrot 314, the final 3, and there's a depth charge. See that ominous blinking red. Upper right part of the screen. Spin move by BS Knife. Zarveen hits the depth charge. We're down to 2. BS Knive and Parrot the final 2. And there comes Debo the Shark. Debo's going to get Parrot. That's going to do it. Congratulations, BS Knive gets the victory. First win of the broadcast here for BS Knive in game number 11. So congratulations on the victory to BS Knive. Of course, for the top 10, getting leaderboard points, that monthly competition. Sorry, Chucky. Sorry, Dan. Y'all just missed out. Nadu, for you and up. The better you finish, the more points you get for that leaderboard. And ultimately, BS Knive gets the win. This 11th game of the broadcast. And just like that, we're back open for game number 12. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. It's Freeform episode number 7 here on NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Other side at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We've got 24 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I'll pull the overlay down. I'll get in with exclamation point play in chat. I'll use the Vape Ape again. They're having the number 2 spot in my Twitchy team today, where you can set numbers 1 through 5. You have different fish. If you want to switch it up from game to game, it makes it a lot easier. You don't have to load the game up and go into it to switch it. You want to go just from within that group of 5. If you want to switch your team up at any point, you can do so. That's easy to do as well, but it's an extra step or two, and particularly from a live streaming standpoint, I love that you can do it this way. It allows me to show off and use a wider variety of fish than I'd otherwise be able to. I gotta confirm that I'm human. Where did my fish go? Where's my vape ape? And there it is. I had to prove. It's an ape there. Are you a person? Yes. 26 players in. Top 10 finish means you're getting leaderboard points. That monthly competition, it's only going to get more and more fierce. More people playing this game, and that's going to happen. It's going to be one of those things where the demand's going to be there for people to be streaming it because there are people wanting those monthly leaderboard points. It's going to be even more than just monthly. I think they're going to be moving to some daily stuff from what Pop Paragon has posted. And if you want more information about Twitchy Tides, I highly recommend going to the Twitchy Tides Discord. There's a link to that over on twitchytides.io, the official website of Twitchy Tides. But the Discord is going to have some scoops for you. It's going to have information. Gonna have some helpful people. Great community over there. All right. So 26 players. For the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection by Artwork on Wax. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler. Also, the winner gets an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, when my portion of Tides Tuesday, that day-long event with many different streamers. My part gets started at 10 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to start things off like we did this past Tuesday with that drawing for Faded Monsuda packs. Now, the only way to get in on that drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. Let's go through this list of participants, then we'll get to the next game. We got Flower, SDME123, Viper Czar, Hussein Muhammad, Terran Lore, Unmada, Zarveen, Boca Twitcher, Welsh NFT. Hello, Welsh. Glad to have you here. Chucky, Jamie Penguins, Four Slayer, Jeff 0079, Parrot, Free Frog Nada, Going Tonto, Fishicello. Hello. Lexi Lex, Connie, Dave Ira in the house. Hello. Got some people making their first appearance of the broadcast here. Love having the great mix of people in here. From there, we got Mortal Wombats, Liquid Chill, Drew Marr, Cheshireski, Jin Terry, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, and Jericho. That's 27 players. So remember, you're looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. All right, game number 12. You're on Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 7. Silent One, the late run-in. Getting in just in time to give us 28 players. Episode 7, game number 12, and this game begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Right away, a depth charge. Got stopped before it even could go off and blast anybody. A lot of these fish with these powerful anti-enemy commands, put them to good use. There's Debo getting run off, although Welsh, a tough draw there. First one out. Big Worm with a hook. I'm out. Along with Terran Lore and Hussein Muhammad, we're down to 24. Again, Big Worm with a hook. Dave Ira and Chucky eliminated, down to 22. Depth charge. Gentari's out, along with Silent One, down to 20. Saw a cannonball warning. I think got the kapow. I mean, that boost from Parrot that stopped that cannonball right away. Now it's Pink Felicia. Felicia takes out Flower, takes out Connie, down to 18. Armada with that Lambo, making it rain, underwater. Cannonball, Boca Twitcher, Armada, and Parrot are all out, down to 15. Depth charge. That's going to take out Cheshireski. Half the field is out. We're down to 14. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia. There goes Viper Czar, along with Zarveen. Down to a dozen. Our players are looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. Now it's Debo the Shark. Debo takes out Mortal Wombats, takes out Fishicella, down to 10. So the remaining fish, you're getting leaderboard points. The higher the finish, the more points you get, but who'll be the winner? This is Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live, Force Layer, that Neon Leon, and the Flare Command. Sent Debo back in the other direction. Depth charge, there goes Drumar. Down to 9. It's Pink Felicia. 4 Slayers out, along with Jericho. And we're down to 7. Three-quarters of the field is out. And it's Big Worm with a hook. A well-timed spin by Going Tonto, and that bubble from Lexi Lex is going to send Big Worm back in the other direction. Teamwork, even if unattended there, by multiple players. Meanwhile, Pink Felicia's not impressed. Jeff's out, along with Lexi Lex, down to 5. And it's Debo. Debo ran to a shock from SDB123 with that Pikachu. Effective shock to stop Debo there. Up top, it's a cannonball. It's going to miss everybody. Another cannonball. This one going down Broadway. It's going to take out Tree Frog Nada and SDB123. We're down to 3. Jamie Penguins. Liquid Chill. Going Tonto. The final 3. And it's Debo. Debo going left to right down the middle. Debo's going to chomp away and take out Going Tonto, and we're down to 2. It's Jamie Penguins and Liquid Chill. Going Tonto hit that super spin all the way out. Managed to pop Debo there. And it's a cannonball. It's going to take out Liquid Chill. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Jamie Penguins. Second win of the broadcast. We're in game number 12. That means another entry into that drawing we're going to have this Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Tides Tuesday with those Faded Monsuda packs we'll be giving away. That goes along with that entry, of course, that Jamie Penguins got in winning game number 8 here. Prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, so please keep that in mind. They'll be sent out in the order they were won, so please have some patience with me on that. But you can look on the fulfillment wallets on Wax and see what gets sent out and when and where. Complete transparency. Works out quite nicely. Very important to me. Uphold the stipulations here on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so it's from the number 10 spot on up, so Drew Marr on up. You all earn leaderboard points for that monthly competition. And it's Jamie Penguins with the victory in game number 12. Now back open. Game number 13, exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Got 16 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want in, go ahead and do so right now with exclamation mark play in chat. Take the overlay down. I'll get in this time with the Rainbow Soul the Catfish. Got 18 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides, game number 13 of the broadcast. check something real fast. I think you're still stuck with pink Felicia regardless, but I try. Yeah, see, green Felicia, no, it's still pink, pal. Well, Felicia's going to wear the color she wants to, and that's going to be that. I tried. Wasn't. Not for lack of effort. I got 20 players in. So again, you can get in right now, but you got to be quick with it. Exclamation point play in chat. Make sure that you confirm if the Twitchy Tides bot asks you. And you'll know for sure you're in if the name and your fish and your wax address shows up. Even if you don't have a wax address, you can play just for fun. It'll give you a fish to play with exclamation mark play. If you're brand new to this, like, Lou, what is this Twitchy Tides, what you speak? Never heard of this? Like, well, it's brand new, pal. Although, I mean, for a group of us playing, it's been the last several months, but for a lot of people, it's brand new. I tell you, once people on Twitch get savvy to this, these people with these smaller audiences, people maybe some great talents, but they just haven't found their niche. Stream some Twitchy Tides. And let it be known in the Twitchy Tides Discord that you're going live. They've got a great way of keeping track of it for the regulars, people like me that play a lot. But even if you're new to it, let it be known, and people will come and play because they want those top 10 leaderboard points. There's great value in that. Plus prizes. People like that too, right? All right, so 20 players, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points out of this. For the winner of the prize, a War's Sake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. It'll give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. In addition, you'll get an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. It's Tides Tuesday, an all-day event. My portion of it begins at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to open the show like we did this past Tuesday with the drawings for those Faded Monsuda packs. Open the show. I got 21 players, and let's go through this list of participants, then we'll get to the next game. Got Chucky, Lexi Lex, Drumar, Unmata, Jamie Penguins, Viper Czar, BS Knive, Boar Slayer, Jericho, Going Tonto, Silent One, SDB123, Free Frog Nada, Cheshire Ski, Jeff 0079, Billy XBT, Fishachella, Boca Twitcher, me, NashvilleLou, Mortal Wombats, and Rabbit Larry is in to give us 21 players. So again, top 10 finish means you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that top prize goes to second place. This 13th game of the broadcast here on Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7 begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. Right away, it's pink Felicia. I'm not going to green or blue. I'm staying pink, thank you. Taking out Viper Czar, taking out SDME123. We're down to 19. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Gets 4 Slayer. It's Mortal Wombats. We're down to 17. Debo, much like Felicia, capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 for that cannonball, as you saw there, with Silent One, Chucky, and Jericho all knocked out, down to 14. Depth charge, right side. That gets Lexi Lex, that gets Rabbit Larry, and we're down to a dozen. Pink Felicia, taking out Fishachella, taking out my fish. We're down to 10. Remaining players, you're all going to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. But who's going to be the winner? Cannonball, taking out Going Tonto, Tree Frog Nada, and Drumar. We're down to 7. Depth charge, Unmata's out. We're down to 6. Depth charge. There goes Billy XBT. We're down to 5. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Bottom part of the screen going left to right. Taking out Mocha Twitcher. Taking out Jeff 0079. We're down to 3. Jamie Penguins. BS Knive. And Cheshire Ski. The final 3. Depth charge. And there goes Cheshireski. We're down to 2. BS9 and Jamie Penguins, the final 2. Depth charge gets BS9. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Jamie Penguins, back-to-back wins. And a third victory here in game number 13 of the broadcast. So a strong showing here for Jamie Penguins getting the victory. Let's look at the top 10 finishers here because you're all getting leaderboard points for the monthly competition. So I'm out of luck, but after that, going Tonto on up, you've earned leaderboard points thanks to your top 10 finish here. Ultimately, Jamie Penguins gets the win. Back-to-back wins for Jamie. Third overall here, this broadcast, with that consumer break turtle. All right, back open for the next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. Game number 14. We'll get that started here in a few minutes. This is Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. We passed 10 a.m. Eastern. Greetings and welcome, everybody. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. We got 23 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Take this overlay down. I'll enter as well with exclamation mark play in chat. You can still get in if you're not in yet, you want in, but gotta be quick about it. I'll use the vape ape. And make sure it's really me. With exclamation point, alright. It's a random check it does to make sure it's not somebody pretending to be there who's not really there, running a script or a bot or who knows what else. Anyway, confirmed, then you see the vape ape pop up there. Alright, so for this next game, this is what, game number 14. Time flies. It absolutely flies when I stream this game. And it's one of the easiest games you can stream as far as, like, I don't have... The burden isn't on me to make this entertaining for people. Y'all are here because you want to play, and you want those top 10 finishes, and the game is so much fun. I mean, I just tell you what's going on, and it makes it easy enough, but you don't even have to do that. There's so many ways that people can customize. You can change the way how many kills happen on a given pass, or you can make it where it's one. I've tried that out. It was a little bit slow when you had a lot of people in. When you had like 10 players, a bit more viable. For me, it's all about pacing, and finding the right pace, what's going to be the most entertaining and the most fun for my viewers here. For you, the viewer. So top 10 finishers, you're going to get leaderboard points for that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. For the winner, the prize is a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus, you'll get an entry into that drawing that we're going to have 10 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, Tides Tuesday, when my portion of that all-day event gets started. It'll be just like what we had to start Tides Tuesday this past Tuesday. Giving away Faded Matsuda packs. Have those drawings, and the only way to get in for those drawings is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform here on NashvilleLou Live. So with that in mind, let's go through this list of participants, and we'll get to the next match. We've got Zarveen, SDME123, Jamie Penguins, Jeff 0079, Flower, Lexi Lex, Billy XBT, Bonnie T, Tree Frog Nada, Unmada, Viper Czar, Liquid Chill, Silent One, Drumar, Jungle Banano, Parrot, Boca Twitcher, Chucky, Cheshireski, Boar Slayer, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Jericho, Terran Lore, Mortal Wombats. So 24 players, top 10 finishers, looking for leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. All right, 24 players, and this 14th game of the broadcast here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. I see Naznari getting in with that Kylo. We've got 25 players. This next game begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. And right away, Cannonball. Taking out Mocha Twitcher, Terran Lore, and Jericho, and we're down to 22. Let's see if I can play a banana here with my Vape Ape. Big Worm with a Hook takes out Bonnie T along with Mortal Wombats. Leave a banana down there near my logo in that bottom left corner. Branding, pal. Big Worm with a Hook. I'm out, along with Liquid Chill, down to 18. You never know how a given game of Twitchy Tides is going to play out. Cannonball. Here goes Chucky. Tree Frog Nada. Zarveen, down to 15. Pink Felicia, taking out Naznara and Unmada, down to 13. Big Worm with a Hook. Lexi Lex is out. Jamie Penguins out as well. Down to 11. thwarted Jamie's hopes for 3 straight wins, which I don't think has ever happened here in Twitchy Tides. Up top, Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia running to that snowstorm from Flower with that new Ray fish, the reindeer. We're down to 11. Remember, top 10 is going to get leaderboard points. Players trying to hold on for that. Up that top right corner, you see it there. That depth charge, that ominous red glow, that blinking. There goes Jeff 0079. We're down to 10, so the remaining fish all have a top 10 finish. They're getting leaderboard points. But who'll be the winner? There's Big Worm with a hook. There goes Viper Czar. Flower gets hooked as well. And we're down to 8. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live, and it's Pink Felicia up top. There goes Four Slayer, along with Billy XBT. Very narrow there. Billy getting taken out just before it would have been Drumar. Boy, that cap of 2 kills per pass through there. That was the max. We're down to 6. There's the depth charge. That Twitchy Tide sign. And there goes Shashirski. We're down to 5. Cannonball takes out Drumar, Parrot, and Jungle Banana. We're down to 2. It's SDME123 and Silent One. It's that Pikachu, and they're the Apocalypse fish, that zombie fish. And it's Debo the Shark. Ground level. SDME's going to get by, and it looks like Silent One will avoid Debo as well. So the battle continues. We begin with 25. We're down to 2. SDME123 and Silent One. Cannonball. The gutter ball there, missing both remaining players. Now it's Debo. Debo bearing down on SDME, but Silent One crashes into Debo, and that's going to do it. SDME123 with a 4th victory here in the broadcast. Quite a performance here today from SDME123. So a 4th win. There's a 4th entry earned just from this broadcast into those Beta Matsuda Pack giveaways we'll have Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Keep in mind, please, that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast here. I don't intend to go too much further past noon Eastern. The NFL games about an hour before kickoff. Got some stuff I have to do with that work-wise. Not a complaint, but it's just it was forced me at some point to stop. This is so much fun. I can go with this for hours and hours. And there's people looking to play. That part hasn't let up, which is a good thing. Viper Czar in the number 10 spot on up. These players, leaderboard points earned. And it's SDME123 with a win. 4th victory overall in this broadcast, in that 14th game of the broadcast for SDME123. And we're back open for the next game with exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here. Nashville, I got distracted there. NashvilleLou live. Got distracted there. Somebody outside revving their engine. It's like 9:15 local AM on a Sunday. You show this whole subdivision here who's really cool. It was Saturday night, I'd give it to you, but anyway. 21 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform. Take the overlay down. Last chance to get in for this game with exclamation mark play, which I'm typing in right now. We'll go with the Giggles Fish. Got the 3 spot today. You can switch it up with your Twitchy team. It's very easy to do so. twitchytides.io is the website. And within that, you can go through and designate who you want as far as your fish for your team of 5. And then they've got the associated numbers 1 through 5, and you just type it in chat. You can switch it out if you want a different fish than you got in there. Just type exclamation play and then a different number to put that different spot in your Twitchy team. Well, it's a little thing, but there are a lot of little things that Twitchy Tides has done exceptionally well. They've listened to their audience, to their players, to their core group. And more people here on Twitch. I mean, just wait till we get a category for this. I think that's when it's really going to catch some people's attention. And hopefully sooner as opposed to later, but have some patience with that for now. But people know Twitchy Tides is going on. That's one thing with that Twitchy Tides Discord. It's very good at providing information on who's going live at any given point among the known Twitchy Tides streamers. And that group is growing. Plus, people that watch over on the Twitchy Tides website, you can get multiple people that are streaming and trying to, or you get a chance you can watch multiple streamers at once. What I'm trying to say. 23 players in. I'll join as well if I have it. Did I get in? Yes, I did. Look at the Giggles Fish in there. All right. So 23 players, top 10. You'll be getting leaderboard points. That monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. Or a top 150 finish, or a top 75, or even a top 25 finish. And a nice prize, an exclusive. Makes it worth your while. It incentivizes people to want to play around the clock. And for people like me to, in turn, then want to stream this game. It's fun to play. It's easy to stream. It's so easy. All right, 24 players. You don't have to read the names off. I just do that because that's kind of my gimmick as a sports broadcaster. What I do. Tell people the what and the why as much as possible. Or at least the where. Maybe not the why. Sometimes I don't even know on that. All right, so Going Tonto, Jamie Penguins, Billy XBT, SDME123, Fishachella, Viperzar, Boca Twitcher, Genteri, Taryn Lore, Flower, Naznara, Notorious Ninja, Tersharsky, Mortal Wombats, Canvas, Lexilex, Free Frog Nada, Zarveen, Chucky, Bonnie T, Rising Dragons, Boar Slayer, me, NashvilleLou, Drumar, and Hussein Muhammad. So we got 25 players in for this next game. You're looking for a top 10 finish to get yourself some more leaderboard points, that monthly competition. They add up. Of course, for the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, my artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus, get an entry into that drawing we're going to have this Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. It's Tides Tuesday, an all-day event with a bunch of different streamers. My portion of it gets started at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to start things off like we did this past Tuesday, which was a lot of fun, giving away Faded Monsuda packs. And the only way to qualify for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. We've got 25 players. The top 10 finish means leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second place. All right, so this next game of Twitchy Tides will be game number 15. Game number 15 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Right away, it's Big Worm with a hook, and there goes Flower, down to 24. There's a warning for Debo the Shark, but Debo apparently, maybe it was that flare command from Four Slayer with that Neon Leon fish. Whatever the case, run off. Those Neon Leons are hard to come by. I've got one. You only can get one by being a top 25 finisher in October. The Christmas-themed fish are coming from November. The Santa hat there, like what Mocha Twitcher has, that was a top 150 finish. Another warning about Debo. Debo did show up there briefly in that top right corner, but again got run off. It might have been the bubble command from Rising Dragons. That flow fish, that's a Series 4. One of the new ones, a rare. I pulled multiple out of a pack before. That bubble command can be quite nice. Look at that flare command, that Neon Leon that Canvas is using. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia showed up briefly, taking out Lexi Lex. We're down to 23. I tell you, the fish were fed up with these enemies coming in and killing them over and over. I'm out with that depth charge taking me out. Tough one there for Notorious Ninja. A chain reaction, down to 21. My point, though, is that these fish have these counter-attacks now, some of the higher-end fish in particular, fighting back against the opponents. Notorious Ninja was already out, and then we got SDB123 and Viper Czar taken out by that depth charge, down to 19. Another depth charge. Rising Dragons and Going Tonto are out, down to 17. Again, Debo, not even showing up on screen, not that I saw there. Perhaps the flare command effective again to keep Debo away. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. There's the hook. Big Worm. Takes out Genteri, takes out Tree Frog Nada, and we're down to 15. Debo. It's Debo the Shark going left to right. Took out Naznara along with Jamie Penguins. With a kill limit at 2 for Debo. Similar for Pink Felicia. Supposed to be that way with Big Worm of the hook. And the depth charge. For the Cannonball, it's 3 as far as the limit here. You can customize that. There's Debo. Took out Fawny T. And that's somehow Debo missed everybody else. Down to a dozen. These players, and they're at this point trying to get a top 10 finish. More than half the field is out. That top 10 finish. Oh, there's Debo taking out Mocha Twitcher down to 11. Top 10 finish means you're going to get leaderboard points out of it. Rigged. These command names are great. Meanwhile, over in that bottom left corner, let me take my overlay down. You got Terran Lore building the dam there with that Buster Beaver. Oh, it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Zarveen is out. We're down to 10. Everybody else in there now is going to get a top 10 finish, some leaderboard points. Mortal Wombats is out, down to 9. Cannonball. Chucky's out, along with Canvas and Chesharsky. Down to 6. Depth Charge. See if they're up top, that middle part. Terran Lore builds another dam, that bottom left corner. That Buster Beaver, that's scarce. It's going to be Hussein taken up by that Depth Charge. We're down to 5. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball takes out Fishicella, along with Terran Lore and Billy XBT, and we're down to 2. It's 4 Slayer and Drumar, the final 2. Talking about Sensei Bullrog, we're giving away those Faded Monsuda packs on Tuesday, on Tides Tuesday. See that Faded Fish in there for Drumar, 4 Slayer, and the Neon Leon. Those are the last 2. As the Cannonball taking out Drumar. That's going to do it. Congratulations, 4 Slayer. 4 Slayer's first win of the broadcast today. Of course, as noted for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. But for Mortal Wombats on up, better the finish, the more you get as far as those points go. Ultimately, 4 Slayer gets the win. Game number 15 of the broadcast. And just like that, we're back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for our next game of Twitchy Tides. It's Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right. Back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 23 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform Episode 7. The other side of 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Greetings and welcome, everybody. This is so much fun. Let's take the overlay down. We got 23 players in. I'll join as well with exclamation point play. You can get in now if you haven't yet. You need to be quick about it. Chop chop. Vape Ape. So I'm going to use from Las Vegas Ape. The Vape Ape gives us 24 players. So for this next game, top 10 finishers, you're earning leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Some of these exclusive fish, some of these very unique and interesting fish. Players have earned. Got my Neon Leon for a top 25 finish in October. I got my Ray Ray, the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer looking fish, for finishing top 75 for November. Competition for these top spots is just going to get more and more fierce. More and more people are going to start streaming this game when they see what kind of a draw it is. The game is the draw. And it's really something. People absolutely love Twitchy Tides. We got 25 players in. Let's talk about this list of participants. The winner gets a Warsaken Foil Prime card, an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battling. Plus, winner gets an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. But the only way to get in that drawing for those Faded Monsuda packs will be given away. Only way to get into the drawing is to win here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. We got 27 players, and let's talk about this list of participants. Then we'll get to it. We got Cartman Bra. I'll be playing on Cartman Bra's stream this Friday. Looking forward to that. Cartman played on my stream. Had a lot of fun. That show did very well as far as the viewership went for Warsaken Blitz. Of course, Twitchy Tides played a big part in that as well, but Warsaken's great. Love it, love it, love it. It's fun you can combine multiple games that you love and people that also dig them. Do great games on the Wax chain. And I love that how Twitchy Tides has combined the worlds of Wax Gaming and Twitch live stream. Anyway, so as I was saying, Cartman Bra, Mortal Wombats, Notorious Ninja, Force Slayer, Liquid Chill, Flower, SDB123, Jeff 0079, Viper Czar, Tree Frog Nada, Rising Dragons, Terran Lore, Lexi Lex, Welsh to NFT, Billy XBT, Bonnie T, Chucky, Canvas, Going Tonto, Drumar, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Naznara, Jungle Banano, Jamie Penguins, Silent 138, Zarveen, Poppin' Stock. Hello, Poppin' Stock. We got Kylo. So we got 27 players in. Top 10 finishers. You're getting a leaderboard spot. If I happen to win, prize goes to second place. Veerman is in. So we got 28 players. Try to make sure it's not somebody with a late run in that's waiting for a confirmation or anything. Try and keep that in mind. But it's a worthwhile effort, that extra half step to look over to be sure, just because the anti-bot efforts make it worthwhile. We want real people playing these games. We got real prizes. We got real fun with it. So let's get to it, shall we? 28 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. So the 16th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. We begin with 28 players, and we're right away down to 25. Naznara's out, I'm out, Fonnie T out as well. So down to 25. For most of the enemies, I have them capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3, though, for the cannonball. And it's up to the individual streamer on how they want to set it up. There's a lot of customization you can do with that, which I love. If you want to be a very fast game, you can. If you want to be slower, you can do that as well. Matter of pacing. Sometimes the matter of pacing depends on how many people are in. Down to 24. Make that 23, big worm with a hook. Players, of course, looking for a top 10 finish, wanting those leaderboard points. It doesn't punish you for a poor showing. The top 10, they'll reward you in that monthly competition. Dramatic pause, waiting for the next opponent to show up. Opponents are regrouping. Fish are fighting back, and then some. There's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Canvas and Going Tonto, and we're down to 21. Debo then sent back in the other direction. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Freeform episode 7. And it's Debo the Shark again. Going Tonto out, Viper Czar out. We're down to 20. Up top, Mortal Wombat's taken out by Big Worm with that hook. Down to 19. And it's Pink Felicia going right to left. Just Lambo makes it rain above. Rising Dragons is out, so is Jamie Penguins. Down to 17. Cartman Bra with that Lambo. Making it rain. Underwater. And it somehow works. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. And this is such an easy game to stream. As long as you have the computer to do it, it's... you just let the game play. You never know what to expect. Cannonball up top. Took out SDME, Four Slayer, and Cartman Bra. Got stopped in his tracks there. Half the field is out. We're down to 14. Players trying to hang on for a top 10 finish in that bottom left corner. Terran Lore builds a dam there with that Buster Beaver. Meanwhile, Big Worm of the Hook flowers out, as is Drumar, down to a dozen. Again, Big Worm of the Hook. There goes Zarveen. Hook got stopped at that point, but damage done. We're down to 11. Cannonball going down Broadway, right to left, takes out Chucky, Jeff, and Billy XBT. We're down to 8. So Jeff and Billy at least get top 10 finishes out of it. Ditto for the remaining fish. You get top 8 finishes, so even more as far as those leaderboard points. Meanwhile, it's Pink Felicia taking out Terran Lore and Tree Frog Nada, down to 6. Again, Pink Felicia taking out Lexi Lex, taking out Pop and Stalk. We're down to 4. It's Viramin, Silent 138, Liquid Chill, Welsh to NFT, the final 4. Cannonball going right to left. And beneath all 4 remaining fish. Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Welsh is out. We're down to 3. It's Viramin, Silent One, and Liquid Chill, the final 3. Big Worm, that hook, takes out Viramin. Last 2. It's Liquid Chill and Silent One, both using the freeze command. Down to that ground level, a Cannonball sails above them both. There's the depth charge. Liquid Chill with that shell shock command. Began with 28 fish. We're down to these 2. It's Silent One and Liquid Chill. Liquid Chill close to that depth charge, but enough distance to pass by. Depth charge finally expires. A freeze by Liquid Chill down there by my logo in the bottom left corner. Now Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia going ground level, right to left. Snowstorm by Silent One. Felicia takes out Liquid Chill. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Silent One, 38, gets the victory. That's the first win of the broadcast today for Silent One. Congratulations on the victory. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, so for Jeff 0079 on up, leaderboard points for that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. Ultimately, Silent Lun 38 gets the win. Just in my list of games here. That was game number 16 complete. More. The fans demand more. Exclamation point play. Back open for this next Twitchy Tides game. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live and Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 7. Got 26 players into this next game. Y'all ready, huh? Let's take that overlay down. I'll get in with exclamation point play. If you're not in yet and you want in, do so right away. But don't dawdle. Exclamation play, that'll put my number 1 Twitchy team fish in there, which today is the Rainbow Soul the Catfish. I've got 28 players in right now. I'll make that 29. Exclamation point play if you want to do that late run in. We'll get to it here shortly. Got top 10 finishes, of course. You'll be getting points for that monthly leaderboard competition. TwitchyTides.io has that information as far as leaderboard. Chance to get a top 150 finish or top 75 or top 25. Get something exclusive. Makes it worth your while. Drives the demand for people wanting to play around the clock. And seeing is believing. You can see the streams. Doesn't matter when, or even putting out that much notice. People get word, oh, Lou's got some Twitchy Tides live. Top 10 finishes in the mix. Those auto run games are great fun. You can win some wonderful prizes that way, but you can't get anything for those leaderboards with those auto run games, at least the way it is now. So I know many of you are acutely aware of that. And you're here to get some wins, or some top 10 finishes, certainly. That's the hope, right? All right, so 29 players. Let me do this rundown here. Then we'll get to this next game. Winner gets a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into that drawing for the Faded Monsuda packs we'll have to open things up for my portion of Tides Tuesday. This Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it. Only way in that drawing, though, is winning here on Freeform. We've got Hussein Muhammad, Chucky, RCPADG, hello, Taryn Lore, Cartman Bra, Tashirski, Rising Dragons, Going Tonto, Raisin Blake, SDB123, Silent One, Lexilex, Liquid Chill, Prince Paradox, hello. From there, we've got Billy XBT, Four Slayer, Zarveen, Neznara, Drumar, Tree Frog Nada, Notorious Ninja, Flower, Fishicella, Canvas, Mortal Wombats, me, NashvilleLou, Bonnie T, My Druja, Mocha Twitcher, Zoroba, Jeff 0079. We got 31 players lined up. Top 10 finish means leaderboard points. My voice tries to hang in there. We're more than 4 hours in. It just doesn't feel like it. Time flies with these Freeform broadcast. In general, with Twitchy Tides, it does as well. It zipped on by playing Warsaken Blitz last Friday. Had a lot of fun with that. Taking on Cartman, bro. I'll be on Cartman's stream this Friday, part of the Warsaken Friday event. We got 31 players here for this next Twitchy Tides game. If I win, that first place prize goes to second place. All right, game number 17 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. We begin with 31 fish. On the lookout for Debo. Debo going ground level. Takes out Canvas and Notorious Ninja. Down to 29. Is that 9 lives command with my Soul the Catfish if it's not too late. Fortunate. I think that hook there got zapped by somebody. There's a lot of fish with special commands in here. Talking about glowing. When you see that Rainbow Soul the Catfish glowing like that, it means if I get killed here in this next bit of time while that glowing's still happening, I'm going to magically poof back to life. But it's only a limited amount of time and then go back to normal. Now it's Pink Felicia. SDME 123's out, so is Silent One, down to 25. With many of these enemies, I have them capped at 2 kills per crossing. With a cannonball, it's 3. Pink Felicia takes out Mocha Twitcher, along with Hussein, down to 23. Cartman Bra with that Lambo, making it rain. Throwing those dollar bills in the air. And now it's Debo the Shark, taking out Mortal Wombats and Brazen Blake. We're down to 21. There's Big Worm of the Hook, taking out Prince Paradox and Cartman Bra. Down to 19. Now it's Debo the Shark. Round level. There goes Going Tonto and 4 Slayer. We're down to 17. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. As Debo the Shark. Chucky's out, along with Tree Frog Nada. More than half the field is out now. We're down to 15. Rigged. Command there for Terran Lore, building the dam there in that bottom left corner with the Buster Beaver, that scarce version. Depth charge in that coral area, bottom right. Cheshireski's out along with my Daruja, down to 13. We're getting close to that cut point for a top 10 finish. Depth charge. Zaroba's out along with Drumar, down to 11. It's convenient time for me to show off the 9 lives command. Close to that cut point. Real self-serving. Boom. That's what you get, Pickney. Oh, look at that. The 9 lives worked. What a twist. The Lexi Lex is out. We're down to 10. You never know what to expect in this game. Up top, Heron Lore's out along with Fawny T, taken out by Pink Felicia. Down to 8. You never know what to expect here. The Pink Felicia up top, sit back in the other direction by Flower, utilizing that Snowstorm command. The Ray Ray, one of those brand new ones that reward for a top 75 finish for November. And it's a cannonball going right down the middle, taking out Flower, down to 7. Surprised I didn't get my Soul the Catfish. Very narrowly avoided that one there. And now it's Pink Felicia. Zarvine's out. So is Jeff 0079. We're down to 5. Nine lives. There we go. Get that sparkly glow again. Meanwhile, it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Up. And Billy XBT is out. Down to 4. Naznara, RCP ADG, Fisicella, and me, NashvilleLou, the final 4. And it's Debo again, Debo the Shark. Upper part of the screen going left to right. It looks like Debo is going to miss all 4 remaining competitors. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live, Freeform Episode 7. Cannonball, going right down the middle, taking out Fishachella, taking out my fish. We're down to 2. It's Naznara and RCP ADG, the final 2. You see that depth charge, upper right part of the screen, that takes out Naznara. That's going to do it. Congratulations, RCP ADG. That's the first win of the broadcast today for RCP ADG, at least on this stream. So congratulations on the win. Also congratulations for the top 10 finishers. So for Taryn Lure on up, leaderboard points, that monthly competition, those all add up. I'll gladly take those 3rd place points, but it's RCP ADG getting the win. And game number 17 of the broadcast as we hit 11 a.m. Eastern. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Just as I pop the graphic on the screen to show you, it's Twitchy Tides Freeform. The top 10 finishers here today in these Twitchy Tides games are earning points for the monthly competition. Those leaderboard points. TwitchyTides.io is the website for Twitchy Tides. Has more information on that. So this will be the last hour of the broadcast for today. I'd look to wrap up by around noon Eastern. That'll give me about an hour to get ready for these NFL games. Last night, they had the Heisman Trophy. Well, the vote happened before. They had the reveal, and it was Travis Hunter, corner from University of Colorado, getting the win. It was closer than I thought it was going to be. All right, so 12 people in. Our lobby's open for a minute. People immediately looking to get in. Why not? It's great fun with Twitchy Tides. People looking for top 10 finishes, looking for wins. So I anticipate having another Twitchy Tides Freeform show on Monday. So it's tomorrow. The concept of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, I have to kind of pick my spots with that. With audiences, people around the world watching, playing, having a blast. I mean, Twitchy Tides, a hit. The part with that count up clock is something that I've created. People that are just tuning in or unfamiliar with me, okay, how long has this been sitting here? Well, okay, lobby opened 2 minutes ago. Already got 16 people in wanting to play. And I love this with Twitchy Tides. It gives everybody a chance to play. I think that's a real contrast for me, and I thought something that really was striking to me with the Warsaken Blitz broadcast I had on Friday. Part of that Warsaken Friday. I had so much fun with that. But with those Twitchy Tides games between the Blitz games I played against Cartman Bra, it let everybody a chance to play, so the audience is getting to play Twitchy Tides, and then with the Warsaken Blitz games, getting to teach people how to play that. So it was a lot of fun. But you know what else is a lot of fun? Just playing Twitchy Tides. Tides mixed with practically anything here on Twitch is going to get you more viewers. But Tides mixed with Tides is good times. No cut needed. So we got 3 minutes as lobby's open. We got 19 people in. The other side of 11 a.m. Eastern. More than 4 hours in. And time just flies by with this. Hey, Lou, have a beer. Bit early here for beer. Although I think that it's really not that early compared on a Titan Sunday. Well, I'm really not much for drinking anymore. There was a time I did a whole lot, but not really as much anymore. Got 21 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I'll take this overlay down, and I'll join as well with exclamation. It's 11 a.m., you're fine. 11 a.m. Eastern, you're right. I wanted to, I could have one, but... got some coffee over there. That's about the strongest that I'm having right now. All right, so I'll give it an exclamation point. Let's use the Vape Ape again. Las Vegas Ape. So we got 22 players in for this next game. Last chance to get in for this with exclamation mark play. So remember, you're looking for a top 10 finish here to get points for that monthly leaderboard competition. I'm not sure what the threshold's going to be for this month for a top 150 finish, but it should be doable without having to play a ridiculous amount. Top 75 will require a bit more robust of an effort. Top 25, you're going to have to really work, and it's not going to get any easier for that. Into 2025, we see the new people that come on board all the time with this game, new people streaming it. At some point, they actually will acquiesce and allow us to have Twitchy Ties listed as a category here on Twitch. Like, how many people have to stream this at once for this point to get through? They're my business partner, but I can't, like, call them and say, hey, we've never really talked before. We've just been online, but hey, can you help me? Do me a solid here. Give me Twitchy Tides as a category. But it's really more the IGDB adding it, I think. That's how that works. And so I just have to be patient with that. Luckily, I mean, some people would choose crypto as the category. I'm going with strategy games, because that's really the focus for me here. So 27 players in. Let me go through this list of participants. We'll get this next game started here. Got Lexi Lex, Canvas, Terran Lore, Mocha Twitcher, Prince Paradox, Four Slayer, Flower, Welsh to NFT, Cartman Bra, Notorious Ninja, Billy X BT. Chucky notes in chat, my leaderboard, I'm number 27 at the moment. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I wasn't sure if that was the latest. You notice I don't win that much here, so at least there's that. I'm not using commands on my stream. The others are a little more competitive. Even with those games that don't count toward the leaderboard, the auto run games, those are still a lot of fun. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I got distracted there. It's so much fun with this. As I was saying, though, we had Prince Paradox, Four Slayer, Flower, Welsh to NFT, Cartman Bra, Notorious Ninja, Billy XBT, SDME123, Chucky, Zarveen, Hussein Muhammad, Drumar, Silent One, Naznara, Liquid Chill, BS Knive, Rising Dragons, Cheshireski, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Free Frog Nada, Ivanov 007, Fonny T, Mortal Wombats, 27 players. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. The winner gets a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. Gives you a boost. Even the promotional items, everything from there gives you a boost in the new game Meta Battler. Plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tides Tuesday, when my section of it begins at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it here on NashvilleLou Live, because the only way to get into that drawing is to win here on Freeform. We've got 27 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 18 of the broadcast begins now. 27 players here. And Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live, and up top, it's Pink Felicia, taking out Mortal Wombats and BS Knive, down to 25. And now, a Jingle Bells command there from Fonny T. Christmas Disco Ball. Nobody told me it was going to be that kind of party. Upper right, Silent One is out. Depth charge down to 24. Cannonball, firing through, taking out Terran Lore, Liquid Chill, Tree Frog Nada, down to 21. Let's see if I can play a banana command here. There we go, banana. I don't think that's what took it out. I don't know if Ivanov 007 did something there, or maybe the banana did. The banana saved my bacon. Whatever the case, still in it, down to 21. And now it's Pink Felicia, taking out Chucky and Naznara, down to 19. Remember, most of these enemies have got it capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 for a cannonball, though, so fair warning. Been taking with Freeform and testing out some of the limitations and what makes for the best, most entertaining broadcast from a pacing standpoint. Flower eliminated by Debo, and now it's Jingle Bells. And because of the copyright monsters, I'm very hesitant of anything audio-wise that could potentially get me dinged. Those copyright monsters don't play fair. Meanwhile, that depth charge takes out Billy XBT, and we're down to 17. Well, depth charge, a delay, but it will go back off eventually. Zarvine and Prince Paradox, both taken out by that depth charge. We're down to 15. Depth charge. Ivanov 007's out. My Vape Ape is out as well, down to 13. It's Debo the Shark, working ground level, going right to left. Getting shocked there by SDB123 with that Pikachu fish. Big Worm with a hook. Pisharski's out, so is Lexi Lex, down to 11. Very close to that cutoff for the top 10 finish and leaderboard points, and now a Jingle Bells. Another party here. Party time here on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides. Freeform episode 7. Party's over though. The hook from Big Worm takes out Drumar. Mocha Twitcher as well, though Mocha gets a top 10 finish. We're down to 9. So the remaining players, you're all getting leaderboard points out of this, and it's a cannonball. That low cannonball takes out Hussein, Fawny T, and Canvas. Down to a half dozen. Debo. It's Debo the Shark going down Broadway, left to right. Somehow Debo manages to miss all 6 remaining fish. Pink Felicia up top. Gonna get Welsh to NFT. It's gonna get Notorious Ninja. We're down to 4. 4 Slayer, Rising Dragons, SDB123, and then zipping back in with the Making It Rain. It's Cartman Broth with that Lambo. The last 4. Cannonball. There goes Cartman in the Lambo. Down to 3. That well-timed freeze there by Rising Dragons with that flow fish. One of the new ones. That set 4 rare fish. Up top, depth charge. There goes 4 Slayer. We're down to 2. Rising Dragons and SDB123. The last 2. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 7. NashvilleLou Live, and wow. SDB got past that hook from Big Worm, but catches it on the way back. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Rising Dragon 7 gets the win here in this 18th game of the broadcast. So another first-time winner for this particular episode here with Rising Dragons getting the win. So for the top 10 finishers, from Mocha Twitcher on up, leaderboard points, that monthly competition, Rising Dragons gets the win. Back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides, game number 19 to the broadcast. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat. I'll plan on taking this up to about top of the hour. Get to noon Eastern. Get ready for those NFL games today. But I intend to have another Freeform broadcast at some point on Monday. To be determined on that. So another chance for people to win here on Freeform and earn a spot in that drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs. Already got open for 30 seconds, got 15 people in. I love it. People ready to go with Twitchy Tides Freeform. Ready to play, try another get a top 10 finish, try to get another win. NashvilleLou Live, stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. We've got 23 players into this next Twitchy Tides game. If you want in, do so, but be snappy about it. Type !play in chat. I'll take this overlay down. I'll get in as well with !play. This time I'll use the Giggles fish. We've gotten the number 3 spot today. There's Giggles. We got 24 players in. So remember, top 10 finishers, you'll be earning points for that monthly leaderboard competition. You don't lose points for poor showings, poor finishes, but if you get a top 10 finish, earn points toward that leaderboard, that monthly competition. Just going to get more and more fierce. I mean, we're seeing it. In addition, for the winner, the prize is a Forsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler. Plus, entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC, to start off my portion of Tides Tuesday. It's an all-day event, bunch of great streamers involved. And as it stands now, I'm going to be raiding into Cartman Bra for that. Just like we did this past Tuesday. I'm going to be playing Cartman on his stream this Friday in Forsaken Blitz. That should be a lot of fun. Like a home and home series. He played me on my stream this past Friday. This Friday for Forsaken Blitz, and that Friday train we're going to be playing over on Cartman's stream. So that should be a good time. We've got 25 players in. Let's go through this list of participants. Then we'll get to this next game. We got Taryn Lure, Chucky, Hussein Muhammad, Going Tonto, Rising Dragons, Notorious Ninja, Free Frog Nada, SDME123, Billy XBT, Lexi Lex, Bonnie T, Zarveen, Jeff 0079, Four Slayer, Flower, Canvas, Random King, Jericho, Naznara, Prince Paradox, me, NashvilleLou, Viper Czar, Welsh to NFT, Cartman Bra, Autumn's Toys, and Shashirski. 26 players. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to the second place finisher. So game number 19 of the broadcast. BS Knive gets in to give us 27 players. Just in time. My win prize goes to second place. This next game begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. We begin with 27. Up top, Lexi Lex gets taken out. Debo showed up and got zapped out of there pretty fast, but not quite fast enough for Lexi. He was out. Meanwhile, that cannonball comes through. Rising Dragons, Random King, and Zarveen. All eliminated. We're down to 23. And most of the enemies have capped at 2 kills per crossing, but it's 3 for the cannonball. There was Big Worm with a hook, taking out Flower and Four Slayer, down to 21. And it's Debo the Shark, SDB123, and Shashirski. Both out, we're down to 19. Depth Charge takes out Hussein. We're down to 18. Cannonball up top. Taryn Lure, BS Knive, and Prince Paradox all eliminated. We're down to 15. Up top, Ink Felicia takes out Welsh to NFT, and Jeff 0079 down to 13. Big Worm with a hook takes out Cartman Bra, and we're down to a dozen. Depth Charge, Going Tonto, and Tree Frog Nada are eliminated. We're down to 10, so the remaining fish all have leaderboard points to be earned. The better the finish, the more you get. But who's going to be the winner? Up top, Debo the Shark eliminates Bonnie T. We're down to 9. Also gets Autumn's Toys on the way out, down to 8. Cannonball. I'm out along with Viper Czar. As is Chucky. We're down to 5. It's Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia. Bottom half of the screen going left to right. Naznara gets taken out. We're down to 4. Jericho taken out, down to 3. Billy XBT. Notorious Ninja. Canvas. Those are the final 3. It's Pink Felicia. Up top, Pink Felicia. It appears going to miss all 3 of those remaining fish. It's NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark. Oh, Billy might have veered right into the path of Debo. That's what happened. Billy's out. We're down to 2. It's Notorious Ninja and Canvas, the final 2. Debo going down Broadway right to left. Canvas on that bounce back narrowly avoids the sharp teeth of Debo the Shark. The battle continues. Notorious Ninja, Campus 83, the last 2. Pink Felicia takes out Notorious Ninja. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Campus 83. Campus, the first victory here of this broadcast in game number 19. So for the top 10 finishers, Bonnie T, Autumn's Toys on up. We all get leaderboard points for that monthly competition in Twitchy Tides. The better the finish, the more the points. All the way up to number 1 in Canvas, getting the victory. Open now for game number 20 of the broadcast. Exclamation point play in chat. I'm going to say, this is Canvas's birthday, right? I recall that being mentioned several hours ago now. So if so, then happy birthday. There's no way for me to verify things, especially live on the air. I don't want to, as a rib, get tricked on something. Give me sus. But if it is happy birthday, then it was a birthday win there for Canvas. So we're open now for this next Twitchy Tides game. Look, over 10 seconds, we got 10 players. People clamoring to play more. They want those top 10 finishes. They want those wins. They want that boost on that leaderboard. They know top 25, top 75, top 150. There are nice prizes, nice rewards for finishing in that range. This is the way you do it. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here. It's NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. Got 26 people in for this next game of Twitchy Tides, I tell you. The demand for Twitchy Tides games, it just doesn't let up. More. And why not? 27, I tell you. Let's take this overlay down. If you want in, you can get in, but be prompt about it. Exclamation point play, type that in chat. And there'll be some players that'll be just at random, challenged by the Twitchy Tides bot to make sure you're a real person that's there, not just a script. I really don't like switching keywords. I get thrown off of what it is, and plus I've got it pinned in chat. It just makes it easier for me. So I'm glad there's an anti-bot measure with that. All right, so 29 players in. Last chance to get in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Top 10 finish. I mean, leaderboard points for you. Talking about that a lot, but that's because that's why a lot of you are here, because you know this. Trying to be a compliment to some of those auto run games where you can't win those top 10 leaderboard points to be won from the auto run games the way they are now, but you can get some cool prizes and other giveaways. There's a lot of creativity that I've seen on display with that. At some point, I'm going to get in that as well, so I don't ever make it sound like I'm down on the auto run games. But just so people understand, these are the games right here that count for that leaderboard. So 30 players in, at least the Royal Rumble. Let's do the rundown, and then we'll get to this next game. We're on Freeform Episode 7. We got Hussein Muhammad, Rising Dragons, Notorious Ninja, Flower, Jungle Banano, Random King, Liquid Chill, Jeff 0079, Tree Frog Nada, Terran Lore, BS Knive, SDME123, Chucky, Prince Paradox, Cheshireski, Boca Twitcher, Ashik Shan, Crypto Gamer, Lexi Lex, Four Slayer, Autumn's Toys, Viper Czar, Veerman, Billy XBT, me, NashvilleLou, Naznara, Canvas 83, Going Tonto, Zarveen, Silent 138. That's 30 players. Top 10 finishers. They're getting leaderboard points. Winner gets that Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus an entry into that drawing Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Tides Tuesday, an all-day event. Invite you to watch a variety of people that are going to be streaming live with that. It should be a great time. My portion of it kicks off at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 0300 UTC. We'll have the drawing. You don't have to be present to win. Now, many of you will be asleep at that point. 0300 UTC, but turn these broadcasts into highlights. They stick around indefinitely here on Twitch if you ever want to see if you won or see how you won. If you randomly get a prize, oh, I won this, huh? It's here for you here on Twitch. And hello, everybody watching on Kick. You can't chat there, and Twitchy Tides is a Twitch exclusive here, but there are people that watch me on Kick, and so do you. I say hello. Bonnie T is in. So we got 31 players. If I win, first prize goes to second place. So game number 20 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides. Freeform Episode 7, and it's Pink Felicia. Upper right. Takes out Hussein, takes out Jungle Banano, and early on we're down to 29. Up top, Debo the Shark takes out Billy XBT, takes out Veerman. We're down to 27. Most of the enemies are capped at 2 kills per pass through. It's 3 for the cannonball. I like that from a pacing standpoint, at least from what I've seen. Down to 24. Veerman's out, Ashik Shan's out, Viper Czar, Fonnie T. Now it's Pink Felicia coming in left to right, bottom half of the screen. Chucky's out, Flower out as well. Down to 22. Big Worm with a hook. Zarveen and Tree Frog Nod are out. We're down to 20. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going down Broadway, left to right. 4 Slayers out. Prince Paradox eliminated as well. Down to 18. Cannonball. That Cannonball takes out Liquid Chill, Autumn's Toys, and SDME 123. More than half the field is out. We're down to 15. On that right side, Big Worm with a hook hiding near the coral. It's going to get Silent One. And we're down to 14. Cannonball. That Cannonball's going to somehow miss all 14 remaining fish. Gutterball. There was a Big Worm with a hook, but that got counteracted by something. It might have been the spook command from Jeff 0079 with that jack-o'-lantern. Let's see if I can use that 9 lives to make my Rainbow Solar Catfish pop here for a minute. We'll shine to it. Down to 11. Going Tonto, Mocha Twitcher, Lexi Lex are out. Depth Charge. Takes out Cheshireski, takes out Jeff 0079, and we're down to 9. So remaining players be getting points for that monthly leaderboard. Here comes Debo. Debo takes out Crypto Gamer, has one more kill still available for this pass, or gets turned back around, still dangerous. Sometimes an enemy will be temporarily dazed. They might strike somebody on the way out, but no danger. All the fish are on the left side. Debo exits stage right. We're down to 8. Depth Charge is going to take out Terran Lore. Down to 7. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live Depth Charge. There goes my Soul the Catfish. Takes out Naznara as well. And we're down to 5. Now Pink Felicia. Going left to right, at bottom part of the screen. Felicia gets popped right there. That super spin from BS Knive. Again with 31 participants, we're down to 5. And now it's Debo the Shark. Going left to right, upper, mid. Random King's going to get above. That was a tough one. Debo missed everybody. Canvas, Random King, Notorious Ninja, BS Knive. Rising Dragons. Have trouble reading the name there with it spinning. Depth Charge, bottom left, takes out Random King. Gets BS Knive as well. We're down to 3. Rising Dragons. Canvas. Notorious Ninja. The final 3. Depth Charge. And Canvas get past it on this bounce. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Canvas made it past, but against Rising Dragons. The Depth Charge has us down to 2. Notorious Ninja. Canvas 83. The last 2. Cannonball. It's going to miss both players. We're down the bottom part of the screen. Pink Felicia. Going left to right. Can Notorious Ninja get low enough off the bounce, or will Canvas get in the way? It takes out Canvas. What a finish. Notorious Ninja gets the victory in game number 20. So another first-time winner for the broadcast for today, with Notorious Ninja getting the win here in game number 20. Wide variety of winners. And that adds to the fun when you get a lot of different people winning, getting prizes. Remember, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. Those will come from my Fulfillments wallet on Wax. So Notorious gets the win. Keep in mind as well the top 10 finishers. So sorry for these people that missed out here. For Jeff 0079 on up, you're going to get points for that monthly leaderboard competition. So I get a limit there for that 7th place finish. This Notorious Ninja victorious in game number 20. Back at it. Game number 21. Exclamation mark play. Type that in chat. Get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. This is so much fun. More than 5 hours in. It doesn't feel like that at all. And usually it does by this point for me with practically anything. Not a complaint. So we'll have this game coming up here in a few minutes. We'll have one more after that, and that's probably how I'm going to wind this down. Have a little bit of time between now and the start of the early NFL games for today. We got 13 people and counting in for this next game. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. We've got 24 players in for this next game. I'll take the overlay down. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play in chat. I'll go with giggles again, the 3 spot. All right, so we've got 26 players in for this next game. So last chance to get in for this next game with exclamation mark play. My thought is we're going to have this. And we'll have probably just one more right after this. And then we'll be ready to say goodbye for this broadcast. More than 5 hours in, it just doesn't feel like it. It's really something. I know I said that before, and I say that a lot, but it's striking. There's a reason I mentioned this. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. All right, let's talk about this list of participants here. Top 10 finishers, of course, get leaderboard points for the monthly competition. The winner gets a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. That's the start time for my portion of Tides Tuesday, an all-day event. Even a lot of Twitchy Tides, a lot of chances to play, to win, have a good time. You don't have to be present to win, so if 0300 UTC is when you're asleep, you'll be okay. You'll have already earned your spot because the only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. We've got 28 players. Let's go through the rundown, then we'll get to the game. Then we'll probably load back up pretty quickly after that for that last game of the broadcast. We've got Jericho 1903. I gotta waited a little bit too long there to start this, so I'll have to scroll down. Jericho 1903, Silent 138, SDME 123, Rising Dragons, Cartman Bra, Prince Paradox, Going Tonto, Chucky, Hussein Muhammad, Billy XBT, Cheshireski, Random King, Viper Czar, Zarveen, Notorious Ninja, Fonny T, Canvas, Autumn's Toys, BS Knife, Man C, hello, Boca Twitcher, Free Frog Nada, Jeff 0079, Lexi Lex, Liquid Chill, Jungle Banano, me, NashvilleLou, Boar Slayer, Soul Canar, Naznar. We got 30 players up in here. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second. We got Parrot in, along with Drew Martin. He goes 32. So game number 21 of the broadcast here, more than 5 hours in. Game number 21 begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 7, NashvilleLou Live. Debo making an early appearance. I'm out, along with Viper Czar. And right away, we're down to 30. Debo again takes out SDB123, along with Tree Frog Nada, down to 28. Our players are hoping for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. And it's Debo again. Debo hogging up the spotlight, taking out Chucky and Rising Dragons. We're down to 26. Up top, Pink Felicia eliminates BSN Live. Jungle Banano's out. Billy XBT out as well. Down to 23. Now it's Debo the Shark going right to left, bottom half of the screen. So we've got Drumar and Hussein, and we're down to 21. Meanwhile, Cartman Bra making it rain with that Lambo. Got a couple Lambos up in there. Or down in here in the tank, or wherever we are. Live, that's where we are, pal. Now Pink Felicia going left to right. Eliminating Jericho 1903 and Fonny T. That's her kill limit here for this crossing, so she can get bounced around a little bit, but she's done her damage already. Down to 19. Depth charge. Mocha Twitcher and Canvas 83 eliminated. Down to 17. Again, Pink Felicia This time eliminating Random King and Silent One. More than half the field is out. We're down to 15. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live, and it's Debo the Shark. Going right to left, lower part of the screen. As Nara's out, down to 14. Meanwhile, Cartman Bra making it rain again with that Lambo. Lambos were tough to come by. A worthwhile flex. Cannonball takes out Cheshirski, Lex, and Cartman Bra down to 11. What's going on there with Autumn's Toys and Liquid Chill? Trying to find a way out of the tank. Meanwhile, it's Big Worm with a hook. Takes out Prince Paradox along with Parrots. We're down to 9. Parrot with a top 10 finish will get a little bit of a leaderboard point boost. Same is true for the remaining 9. The better the finish, the more points you get. Big Worm with a hook. 4 Slayer and Liquid Chill are out. We're down to 7. Depth charge. There goes Autumn's Toys, and we're down to 6. Who will be the winner of this Twitchy Tides game? Their depth charge. There goes Going Tonto with a boom. We're down to 5. Cannonball. Mansi gets taken out. We're down to the final 4. Solkanar, Zarveen, Jeff 0079, and Notorious Ninja. The last 4. Big Worm with a hook next to that Twitchy Tide sign. That's going to get Zarveen and Notorious Ninja. So we're down to 2. Jeff 0079, Solkanar, the final 2. The Jack-O-Lantern is hooked there. That's going to do it. Solkanar with that Lambo gets the win. Game number 21 of the broadcast. That's the first win of the broadcast here for Solkanar in game number 21. For the top 10 finishers, of course, leaderboard points for Parrot on up. Monthly competition again, from what Pop has said, Pop Paragon, creator of this wonderful game. There'll be some things with daily. We're just going to encourage even more daily gameplay. Kind of like what we've seen with Meta Battler, where they had some things that really do encourage people to play. In that case, even almost on an hourly level. But certainly with a daily level, the chance to do that and encourage people to play. The more that is, the more people like me will want to stream it. And it's going to be an upward. The more people, it's going to be a little bit of momentum you're going to get from people. Oh, okay, here's somebody who's new at streaming it. More people watch, more people playing. They want to stream it because it's easy to stream. You might have noticed by now. Anyway, so Solkanar gets the win. Congratulations on the victory there in game number 21. All right, last game of the broadcast, game 22. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat. Again, it's kind of a rough estimate of that lobby opened clock that I have there, but the way for people tuning in to see at a moment's notice, okay, how long has he been sitting here with this? One of those deals where we're sitting there for 4 hours? Like, no, it's been a few minutes. And there's no right or wrong way to stream Twitchy Tides to play it. I mean, at least relatively speaking. There's a lot of different approaches. I mean, you look at Tides Tuesday, and you can have very different energy levels. Some people, like for what Cam No with one of his streams, are like, man, it would come across as very forced and very fake if I did that. And my voice would be gone about 20 minutes. Even though that reverb, he's got some, from working in radio, working in broadcasting for many years, I appreciate what he has as far as from that energy standpoint. But it doesn't have to be that way. I look at Rabbit Larry, very calm, very almost serene style. Hilarious at times too. And then you got me with a sports broadcasting style. And you got, again, everybody has their own way of doing it. And really the only thing is you need to have at least 10 players to have a game that counts for the leaderboard. So we got 90 seconds is open. And looking over some other stuff. Look back over here. Rising Dragon says, I'm here for my commentary classes. Gonna announce some Faded games someday. Yeah, I want to. Once we get automation, I need to be at a point where I can present it on stream, and I'm really not comfortable with that with Tabletopia. That goes for anything. And I have to concentrate on games that are ready to go with that, as far as that goes. But I've been buying Faded Matsuda cards, and actions versus words. I've been buying up. I was disappointed. I had it for a little while. Bonus for the red pants. Give you a really nice bonus in the staking. But I guess that was an error. It got adjusted back down, but still. The stuff in Faded Matsuda cracks me up. Sensei Bullrog's got a winner there. And talking on those lines here, giving away those Faded Matsuda packs. That's going to be Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. That little rotator I've got in the top corner. There it is. That Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's 0300 UTC. It'll be here on video on demand if you want to watch it later and that doesn't work for you time-wise. But we'll open the show with how we did it this past Tuesday. Drawings find out the winners of these Faded Matsuda packs. I've had these for a few weeks. Got them from Sensei Bullrog himself. Said, all right, here's something to give away. All right. And I take that very seriously. When somebody gives me something to give away, especially something that's considerably valuable like these packs are. Okay. Take great care to make sure I get maximum value out of it. Promote the product. Do it in a positive way. Easy to do with that. But once the automation part, and Slick's working on that. Slick, who does a lot as far as this game with Twitchy Tides. When I heard that Slick was going to be working with that with Faded Monster, I was like, that is a combo that I'm definitely supporting. I mean, you can see the way, because this game wouldn't be nearly as effective if the collision detection wasn't as good as it is, if the animation didn't feel, if stuff felt like it was kind of slapped together, if it didn't feel like it all matched together, if it broke your suspension of disbelief. And that doesn't really happen here. When there are issues, and it's a new game that's being developed, so of course you're going to have some things that will be thrown off while you're putting, especially all these different unique commands. But then the problems get fixed, suggestions get listened to, improvements constantly happen. This game draws an audience unlike anything I've ever streamed. And I'm sure there's some sports broadcasts I've done for certain schools in particular, where the listenership's been higher, but aside from something like that where it's like a school draw and it's not me doing the broadcast that's the draw. In this case, it's not even me that's the draw. It's the game. It's the chance to get those top 10 spots. It's the chance to win. A lot of fun. All right, so we got 25 players in. Starting to approach noon Eastern. It's not a hard out for me here, but I do want to wrap it up around this point. So, let's take this overlay down. There are game controllers in the tank, but it works. Yeah, it does. That's the thing. You can have that extra life charity controller. And yet it fits within this world of Twitchy Tides. Very strong on the fun factor. Very easy. It's easy to play. You don't... If you just type the command in. I forgot about the alarm. The 1 hour out from the NFL alarm. Stand by, please. That was one of those things that you wouldn't have been able to hear because of the filter, but it would have driven me crazy to hear that alarm going off. You know, it's a very pleasant song. It still would have distracted me to the point of being bad for the broadcast. You know, what's good for the broadcast is taking down this overlay. We got 26 players in. I tell you, people love Twitchy Tides. Insatiable appetite. All right, so 26 players. I'm going to make it 27. It's exclamation mark play. Had a lot of fun with the Vape Ape today, so I think we'll... I say we, I mean me. I'll go with the Vape Ape here. 27. So remember, top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. You see that Neon Leon in there. Four Slayer has, Prince, Paradox, Canvas, others, I'm sure. Bonnie T does. That was for a top 25 finish in October. You see the Ray, the reindeer fish, like what Flower has. That was for a top 75 finish for November. I happen to be the spots where I finished, respectively, so I know that offhand. Point being, it rewards you, this game does, for those finishes and for playing, putting in the time. So you want a top 10 finish to get that boost for the December leaderboard. For the winner of the prize, a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. That's my artwork on wax, on promotional items I have there. They all give you a boost, at least for each individual template. If you have one, it gives you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Also, we get entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. Tides Tuesday is an all-day event. My portion of it gets going at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll open the show like we did this past Tuesday with that drawing. The only way to get into that drawing, you got to earn your way in here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. I plan to do another one of these tomorrow. You'll have one more chance to get in if you missed out. 28 players. Let's do this roll call here. Then we'll get to the game. We got Jeff 079, Taryn Lore, Chucky, Bonnie T, Mocha Twitcher, Autumn's Toys, BS Knive, Solkanar, Canvas, Asteroid Eater, Parrot, Flower, Prince Paradox, Pyramid, Zarvine, Rising Dragons, Tree Frog Nada, Viper Czar, Notorious Ninja, Silent One, Boar Slayer, Billy XBT, Liquid Chill, Lexi Lex, RCPADG, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Drew Marr, SDME123, Cartman Bras in, Hussein is in. We got 30. Royal Rumble-sized field. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, which hasn't happened today, but Random King, we got 31. If I win, prize goes to second place. That includes the entry into the drawing we're going to have for those Faded Monsuda packs. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have earned your spot here on Freeform. All right, 31 players in. Everybody confirmed it all. It was trying to get in. I want to make sure of that. Hey, to have somebody. There's Jungle Bananas in. Give us 32. Got the chat pulled up over here on this other screen. Okay. Trying to keep an eye on it. All right, so 32 players, top 10 finish. You're getting leaderboard points. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 22 of the broadcast. More than 5 hours in. Begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 7. NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball. Right away, that Cannonball takes out Lexi Lex, BS Knive, and Prince Paradox. I think I'm going to do a raid over to Flaw. She's a beloved member of the Wax community. I think she may have been in a little bit as far as Twitchy Tides, but I think she saw a strong output with that raid. I'd love to get her to play some Twitchy Tides and stream it and speak in Spanish. She's down in... I don't know if she wants to be telling what country. She's already put that out there, but whatever the case. She's Flaw, she's great. So I think we'll do a raid over there, but please, definitely be positive about it. But encourage her with maybe stream some Twitchy Tides in Espanol. Something I can't do, because I'm unfortunately unable to do so. Four Slayer, Chucky, and Taryn Lore all eliminated there by that Cannonball. We're down to 26. Another Cannonball. Tree Frog Nada and Hussein are out. We're down to 24. Cannonball. So Drumar is out. Parrots out as well. We're down to 22. Let's see if I can do the banana command. Got my vape ape just kind of bouncing up and down there in the middle. That won't last for long. There's the banana. I may have actually, I don't know if that worked or somebody else's command got rid of that Pink Felicia. Canvas is out. Jungle Banana is out. We're down to 20. Depth Charge. I'm out. Silent One as well. Down to 18. Twitchy Tides. NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball. Zarvine, Billy XBT, and Bonnie T are all out. More than half the field is out. We're down to 15. Big Worm of the Hook. Autumn's Toys and Flower both eliminated. We're down to 13. That Snowstorm command there. Tempted by Flower, but too late. Now it's Pink Felicia. I think that bubble there from Rising Dragon sent Felicia back in the other direction. The Flow, that Series 4 rare fish. One of the brand new ones. And it's a Cannonball. SDME, Mocha Twitcher, Jeff eliminated. We're down to 10. So the remaining fish, You've all earned top 10 spots and thus points for that leaderboard competition. Veerman's out and we're down to 9. Better the finish, the more points you get. Who's going to be the winner? Cannonball, Rising Dragons, RCP ADG, and Cartman Bra all eliminated. We're down to 6. Depth charge. There goes Liquid Chill. We're down to 5. Lambo command there from Solkanar. That Lambo. Random King hits the depth charge. We're down to 4. It's Notorious Ninja, Asteroid Eater, Viper Czar, and Solkanar. The final 4. My voice is starting to feel it now. More than 5 hours, almost 5.5 hours in. Big Worm of the Hook. Notorious Ninja's out. It's the final 3. Solkanar, Viper Czar, Asteroid Eater. Who will be the winner? Cannonball misses everybody. And it's Debo the Shark going right to left. It's like Debo might miss everybody. Lambo command from Solkanar. Gonna make it rain. Asteroid Eater, Viper Czar, Solkanar, the final 3. Cannonball. Cannonball takes out Solkanar. We're down to 2. Viper Czar, Asteroid Eater, the last 2. Asteroid Eater, that howl from Kylo. And it's Debo the Shark taking out Viper Czar. That's going to do it. Asteroid Eater gets the victory here. First win of the broadcast for Asteroid Eater. And game number 22. We had so much fun with this. At least I have. Hope you all have as well. I've been a blast. Let's look at these top 10 finishers here. So for Veerman on up, that's a top 10 finish. That's leaderboard points for you. That monthly competition is Asteroid Eater getting the win. I'm going to do a sig out here of a cut point for VOD. Then let's please go with me over to Flaw. Be very nice. Say hello to Flaw. Encourage her to play some Twitchy Tide sometime. That's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.